dies. 18,000 naira, strictly speaking, cannot, if you're very conservative, it might just serve you for 2 days. You might just feed for 2 days with it. But even the 18,000 naira, I bet you, is not consistent.
It's not consistent.
But people still go to queue up to receive it. And for the sake of this 18,000 naira, they still ask to come for verification. Some of them travel from villages to come for verification. Sometimes you see long queues of frail-looking old people waiting to be verified.
The struggles of Emmanuel Ane are not unique. Many elders in the society are facing similar hardship and challenges, highlighting the urgent need of government and non-governmental organizations to look into the welfare of pensioners and elderly ones in the society. Chinemere Mikebuna, reporting for Signature TV News.
The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has as its core mandate the maintenance of a clean and healthy environment. This it tries to carry out by implementing effective waste management practices that eliminate environmental threats and foster a greener, more livable ENUGU state for all its residents. However, these efforts are being frustrated by scavengers who now throw away the refuse in the ESWAMA dumpsters and do away with them. There were several dumpsters right at this location in front of Signaturetv office on Alo Street, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU. Unfortunately, the dumpsters have been stolen by scavengers, forcing residents and other people to throw their trash on the ground. The result is what you are seeing here right now, a roadside littered with refuse. Receiving a management team from Signaturetv, the acting managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed that the organization has lost several other dumpsters to unscrupulous scavengers.
What we are doing now is to find a lasting solution to this demeanors of these scavengers. You see them, you can pass some areas, you see that the waste bins are empty, but the floor is littered. Scavengers. They come at night, put their hand, pick up the bags, trash it on the floor, so that you will see public response. You go to your house with tricycle, pick your waste bin, put it at tricycle, and go and dispose to the big waste dump. This door-to-door collection is the way forward for us to eliminate all the potential challenges associated with waste, illegal waste disposal. So, which we are already working on. We already have 10 tricycles. When we are having 30 now. So, before 15th of next month, we have a tricycle assigned to Thinkers Corner with no of two. They go street by street, picking from households.
The ESWAMA boss, who disclosed that the street collection will commence by the middle of next month, also said the authority is introducing 25 cubic meter waste bins that will be kept in strategic locations for refuse collection. Head of Program Signaturetv, Chris Madoka, said the purpose of the visit is for the two organizations to work out areas of collaboration that would be mutually beneficial to both organizations.
We felt that we have something we can use to help your job, and that's publicity. And we are offering that. I said that I made him an offer, we struck a very cordial relationship. He waived us our monthly payment, and we are giving that as better publicity. And sending your PMO or you when you have time to come and speak during before the monthly arrangement.
The visit is one in the series intended to build partnership with organizations and bodies in Enugu and the Southeast as part of its mandate to be the mouthpiece of the people and engender development in the region. I am Favor Nwachi for Signature TV.
The swearing-in ceremony of the 1071 batch A-1 set marked the beginning of the corps members' one-year compulsory service in their fatherland. The ceremony, which featured parades and tug-of-war display by selected corps members, showcased their team spirit and spirit of enthusiasm. Governor Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Environment, Professor Sam Ugu, emphasized his administration's commitment to ensuring the well-being of corps members, particularly in the area of security. Mba urged the corps members to contribute positively to the nation building in their host communities, highlighting the importance of discipline and obedience to rules and constituted authorities. He encouraged them to participate in the NYSC's leadership scheme, skill acquisition, and entrepreneurship development programs, which will enhance their skills and prepare them for future challenges.
In ENUGU State, we are committed to supporting NYSC and sustaining its gains. We are looking at renovating the orientation camp and providing essential infrastructure for a conducive training environment. I encourage you to fully commit to this orientation course. Learn your host community's language and participate in the skills acquisition and the entrepreneurship development program. These initiatives will equip you with discipline, leadership skills, and entrepreneurial knowledge of future success. On this note, I declare the 2025 batch A-1 orientation camp open and wish you a successful and peaceful experience.
The Chief Judge of Enugu State, Justice Raymond Ozemena, while administering the oath of allegiance, urged the corps members to make proper use of the opportunity to serve their country.
Make proper use of the opportunity that this country has afforded you to prosper and contribute your quota to the development of Nigeria.
The state coordinator of the NYSC, Oluwakemi Awolola, welcomed the corps members and outlined the objectives of the orientation program. She emphasized the importance of discipline and full participation in camp activities, warning that indiscipline would not be tolerated. With the assurance of security and support by the state government, the corps members are poised to make a positive impact in their host communities and contribute to the development of the state and nation at large. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News. The Chief Emeka Anyonko Lecture Series on Good Governance, the 14th in the series, was a gathering of stakeholders, political leaders, youth, men and women from various walks of life. The lecture, held at International Conference Center, centered mainly on the current state of affairs in the country and how best to enthrone towards good governance in Nigeria. Addressing the gathering, Chief Anyonko stated that Nigeria's development hinges on good governance, which he said can only be achieved through constitutional reforms. Anyonko noted that despite Nigeria's rich cultural diversity and abundant resources, faces significant governance challenges, including corruption, lack of transparency, and instability. Anyonko also made a strong case for restructuring the country to allow for state autonomy and better resource management.
Nigeria is still a pluralistic country. And as I have said on a number of occasions, pluralistic countries are all over the world. Those of them that have succeeded in surviving and remaining individual political entities have been those who addressed their pluralism through genuine federal constitution.
The guest speaker and Nigeria's former permanent representative to the United Nations, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, called for a radical restructuring of the current federal arrangement to significantly devolve power to the people, as well as rejig the leadership recruitment process. He also called for a complete overhaul of political parties and a greater attention to constitutionalism.
Also, a much greater attention has to be given to constitutionalism in order to ensure that the operators of the constitution spread through the three arms of government and the three layers of our federal system, not only under the spirit of the constitution, but play by the rules of government embedded in it.
The chairman of the occasion, retired General Ike Nwachukwu, advocated for restructuring Nigeria into a proper federation to grant autonomy to states and bring governance closer to the people. This, he argued, will give them access to minerals and other natural and human resources for accelerated development.
I stand for respect for the rule of law, the need for a forthright and independent judiciary, a more effective and responsive military, police, and intelligence services.
The host, Governor Peter Mba, expressed his administration's commitment to good governance, acknowledging the need for promotion of visionary, accountable, and inclusive leadership.
When we invest in the youth, we are invariably investing in securing not just their future, but our future too.
As Nigeria navigates its development journey, the consensus among experts and leaders is clear that good governance, institutional reform, and restructuring are essential for unlocking the country's potential. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
It has been 10 days of exhibition of goods and services, engagements, building of business relationships and networks, as well as building and selling at the ENUGU International Trade Fair. And once again, the fair has proven to be a platform for growth, innovation and collaboration with the ultimate aim of bringing about economic growth and development. Over the past few days, the ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, ESIMA, has brought together businesses, innovators and leaders from across the region. Exhibitors showcased their latest products and services, from cutting-edge technology to innovative manufacturing solutions. This was highlighted by the ESIMA president, Odiga Ojidonwo, during the closing ceremony of the 36th ENUGU International Trade Fair. Ojidonwo, in his remarks, thanked all who attended and showed support to the chamber during the fair. He appealed to the government to include development of the trade fair complex in the annual state budget.
We have indeed been able to successfully host the 36th ENUGU International Trade Fair. This could not have been possible without your support and the confidence imposed on us. My sincere appreciation goes to all of you who traveled this route with us. You believed in us, you shared our pain, you stood by us, and this morning, with a heart filled with joy, I wish to tell you that we are indeed grateful.
International trade fairs are licensed to hold in the different geopolitical zones of Nigeria. ENUGU is one of them, Lagos is one, Kaduna is one of them. And it is upon the federal government to develop the infrastructure in the trade fair complex. Such development has been done in Kaduna and Lagos and Abuja, but that has been absent in ENUGU. We've appealed to the government severally, times without number. This appeal had gone on for years. We've been appealing to the federal government to include the development of this complex in the budget, in the annual budget.
Sellers expressed concern about low patronage during the fair, blaming it on the location of the arena.
First of all, the kind of money that's been paid by those that are selling is too much. And when you're selling something just to make your gain, you want to sell so you can come up. But when you give them your price, nobody want to buy anything there because of what they have already given out.
The patronage has been, let me say, people are crying when you check due to the condition of the country, the economic hardship, and so on and so forth. Even though it's unlike before, as the trade fair it used to be, usually be. So I can say they have tried, though it's not up to what we are selling the previous years. But at least when you check the condition of the country now and the economy, you say people are still crying, they are still coming up.
Okay, what do you?
There are so many factors. Number one is, let me say, the inflation rate. What you are buying maybe before the previous year, what you are buying maybe in 3,000 naira, now it has become 7,000 naira or even 8,000 naira. That is number one. And number two, there is no money in people's hands. People doesn't have money. Number two. Another factor is that due to so many people now are not, let me say, they are not watching the local stations now. So this is another factor that make the let me say the turnover very low, because so many people don't even know that there is even trade that is happening due to all the social media that we are having now. Unlike before, if it is before now, you see the local stations or both the radio and the TV station, people are watching it. But now, so many people are not watching it.
The closing ceremony featured a presentation of gifts to outstanding companies.
I present this award of excellence to you on this day, 14th April 2025. Congratulations.
The trade fair provided a platform for businesses to connect, collaborate, and forge new partnerships. Entrepreneurs and investors also seized the opportunity to showcase their ideas and secure some deals. From the permanent trade fair complex in ENUGU, Ugonno reporting for Signaturetv.
The minister lamented that these lives are cut short annually while women are simply trying to cook meals. She regretted that these deaths are avoidable and just and must come to an end. The minister stated that the stakeholders' engagement is part of a broader initiative to end energy poverty among Nigerian women, with a goal to reach women across the country's 774 local government areas and provide them with life-saving and life-changing clean energy solutions.
Through a data-driven, women-focused, women-powered revolution, we will soon unveil the first of its kind clean energy transformation designed for women, by women, led through the Ministry of Women Affairs in collaboration with all critical stakeholders.
According to Mrs. Suleiman Ibrahim, energy poverty is a social injustice, not just a technical issue, trapping women in circles of unpaid labor, economic dependency, and health risks.
Today, over 85 million Nigerians, 43% of our population, still live without access to electricity. Most of these people are women and children in the rural communities, where darkness isn't just about the absence of light, it's about the absence of opportunities, dignity, safety, and hope. That too must change.
The minister commended the Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation for co-hosting the event and called on all partners to actively work towards providing sustainable and inclusive energy access. In Abuja, I am Josephine Bitrus for Signaturetv.
Launching the Operation Udogachi Zero Kidnapping and Other Violent Crime Security Measures, the State Commissioner of Police, Ikoye Orutugu, said police operatives will be more visible employing stop and search and raids of eatery and drinking spots. Orutugu vowed to continue pushing crime out of Anambra society in liaison with the Army, Navy, Air Force, and other paramilitary groups and the vigilante groups. He assured Anambra communities of a crime-free Easter and going forward.
Entertainment, a hub of games, a hub of enjoyment has become some sort of a shadow of its own self.
The State Commandant of Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, Makun Olatunde, confirmed that the security operatives are chasing criminal elements out of the bushes in the state.
Once again, in a new hospital, to smoke them out wherever they are. They remove labor. We used to hear of Ihala, smoke, Lilo. These used to be their abode, but now they are the smoker.
Stakeholders like hotelers, farmers, and civil society groups who sent their goodwill messages commended the Udogachi security outfit for its efforts at reducing crime, but called for full implementation of anti-cultism law to nip the crime in the bud.
For the service commanders who give it to their heads, and the additional police will humbly left behind to take pictures with stakeholders like Ultimate Women Group, AGRO, Anambra State Association of Restaurants and Bars, members of PCRC usually.
Yeah, like I was saying, the government should provide more operational vehicles for the service ships. The trucks, the HB, the motorbikes, and everything they need to combat this crime. Because if the government do their own part, they do their own part, and we as ordinary civilians, they call us, also do our own part by giving the right information.
The launch witnessed the demonstration of combat readiness by the officers of
The asphalt surface of the runway had suffered a severe rupture, prompting the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, to temporarily close the airport for repairs. The closure had far-fetching implications, affecting passengers, airlines, and the local economy. The Southeast Regional Manager at the Kanibem International Airport, ENUGU, Hilary Omonna, while taking Signaturetv through the runway, emphasized that the airport had always been very safe and remains so as part of its core values. He maintained that FAN remains committed to the well-being of the passengers and staff, as well as providing a secure and conducive environment for all. From all indications, the runway is ready for safe landing and takeoff of aircraft, to the delight of the air travelers. From the Akanibem International Airport, Enugu, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signaturetv.
The latest edition of the Ministerial Press Briefing, which commenced in February, has already hosted ministers, providing first-hand information to Nigerians on their stewardship. Speaking at the briefing, Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris said the Media Information Literacy Institute would be strengthened to support journalists in carrying out their assignments effectively. He said the media will always be powerful stakeholders in nation-building and democratic evolution, assuring that governments will always give them the necessary respect and support.
Let me use this opportunity to reiterate to our friends and colleagues in the first estate of the realm our commitment to modern and thriving media industry in Nigeria. I have only recently returned from a trip that took me, together with some of the heads of agencies, to the American National Association of Broadcasters NAB conference and workshop in Las Vegas, USA, under the theme, the technology, the trend, and the future. Following this trip also, I was in France recently for the Nigerian Business Forum hosted by the French government's Business France Enterprise. On the sidelines of those activities also, I met with the executives of United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, to further fine-tune the imminent takeoff of the first of its kind Media and Information Literacy Institute that Nigeria will be hosting here in Abuja. That institute will go a long way towards strengthening Nigeria's media environment and supporting journalists to carry out their functions even more effectively. Electricity is pivotal to achieving the goal of industrializing Nigeria for the purpose of providing jobs, skills, and to enhance exports, and for the overall prosperity of our dear country. I urge you to report accurately. We owe it to Nigerians to present the news to them with every sense of responsibility and professionalism. The intention, of course, is to inform and educate Nigerians about the activities and programs of government. The media will always be powerful stakeholders in nation building and in our democratic evolution. And for us as a government, we will continue to accord you the necessary respect and support for you to carry out your jobs.
The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, who was also at the briefing, said that the present administration is making good efforts in advancing electricity access and accountability across the country. Adebayo said the government has been able to record a stable electricity supply in Nigeria through the improvement in generation capacity and other power reforms. The minister disclosed that following the April 4, 2024 tariff hike for Band A electricity customers, Nigeria's power sector revenue increased by 70%, while a 700 billion naira reduction in tariff shortfall was achieved. He said the present administration considers electricity pivotal for the country's industrialization.
Quite an evening on the evening show on Signature TV. Thanks for being with us and keeping us company all the way. Hope you had a swell time watching us. Monday will be a fresh date for the Signature evening. I am Ngozika Mba.
And I am Queensley Roland. We'll see you next week on Monday by 7 p.m.
Who knows? They might venture into it. I'm sure so many people watching me right now will not agree with me, but it's something to give a trial. It's something to give a trial for. We don't know. Maybe the women might change Nigeria's situation from what it is right now to a different state. So let's move forward. Senegalese American singer Akon has credited himself with playing a pivotal role in the evolution and global rise of Afrobeat. Speaking during a recent interview with American actress Sherry Shepherd, the Right Now singer claimed his early contributions were instrumental in shaping Afrobeat into the international recognized genre it is today. Reflecting on the late 2000s, Akon highlighted how his collaborations with Nigerian artists helped bringing global attention to the sound. He revealed that Wizkid was the first Nigerian artist he signed, followed by a collaboration with Banky W. He also stated that he played a role in the development of now defunct music duo P-Square and singer D'banj. Akon comments amid ongoing debates about the origin and influences behind Afrobeat in August 2024. Jamaican reggae icon Buju Banton claimed that Afrobeat draws heavily from reggae and dancehall, while also criticizing the genre for not addressing social political issues or uplifting African communities. Despite differing opinions on its roots, Afrobeat has continued its global ascent since the late 2000s, propelling by international collaboration with artists like Kanye West and Rick Ross. Today's stars like Wizkid, Davido, Rema, and Burna Boy have pushed the genre further onto the world stage, achieving massive streaming milestones and selling out arenas worldwide. So someone asked me a question this afternoon concerning Akon, and the person was like, where is Akon? Like, that's the question. Where is Akon? And why are we no longer hearing music like this? Akon is a legend, which we agree. But you know, most times people are not giving their flowers the way they deserve. And people are not, how is that quote? A king is not known in his village, or I can't remember the parable, but yeah. You don't know what you have until you lose it. Of course, he's not a Nigerian artist, but he has come out to say that he worked with people like this, and of course the 2000 rising stars, 2000 generation rising stars like Davido, Burna Boy, and the rest. He worked with them. He worked with Banky W. Let's not forget that Banky W is an artist. I even wonder why Banky W delved from Afrobeat, R&B, and delved into Christian music. I think we'll have that conversation one of these days. But then again, let's not forget that Afrobeat originated from some people that do not come out to spill. Sometime this week, we had to bring to your notice the controversial statement that led Femi Kuti to come out and say no, that Tony Allen was not the one that originated Afrobeat, but his father. You know. Now, Akon is coming out to say he worked with these people and made music to get to this point because of him. He's not taking all the credit per se, but he's saying these top artists, producers, and the rest, he worked with them. And let's not forget that he actually made a hit song with P-Square. I want to sing the song, but I won't. He made that song with P-Square. We got that hit record in I think 2014, 2013 or thereabout. But you know the song I'm talking about. So, in a nutshell, what we're saying is accolades should be given to whom is due. Flowers should be given to whom is due. Let's not diversify. Let's not say, okay, because this person is no longer trending or he or she's no longer dropping music, we should not forget. And I think he had to make this statement because it looks like Akon is out of the music scene, which is confusing to us. Just like the person that asked the question, where is Akon? Why are we no longer hearing music like this? Maybe he has retired, in my own opinion. I think he has retired. Maybe he's no longer doing this. Maybe he has decided to move into something else. You know, just the way Jide Kene said the other day that it's good to try something new. You could try painting, you could try acting, you know. Just like Funke Akindele is going into politics right now. So possibly Akon is thinking of something as well. He's trying to remind us that these top artists that we have now, he worked with them. In fact, he worked so hard to get them to the point that they are right now. Let's move forward. American winning Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has opened up about her decision to publicly disclose that her twin were born through a surrogate. The 47-year-old spoke about her reasons during a recent panel hosted by media personality Trude Jidowo, saying it was important to speak the truth and challenge the stigma surrounding fertility. The celebrated novelist emphasized that while she is typically private, this disclosure was necessary to counter the pressure society places on women. She did not want to run the risk of potentially being used as a tool of oppression to other women who may be struggling. So before I say what I want to say, let's listen to what she said in that conversation.
So the reason being that they think you cannot rent a woman's body, and they argue that it is dehumanizing. I think it can be, but I think it matters how it's done. I think it can be done ethically. And also, the same people will say that a woman can do whatever she wants with her body, right? So there's a contradiction there. So I think that was what all the noise was about. And my boys are so precious to me. And I hated that anything about them would become politicized. So on the one hand, I thought, I wish I hadn't said that. But then on the other, I thought, there's no way I'm going to lie and claim that I had babies that I did not birth myself. You know, it's just, I just think it's wrong. And I think, I'm hoping that if anything good comes from this, it's that more women will feel, less ashamed of talking about reaching motherhood through non-traditional means, right? I think that there are many women who also have babies born by surrogates, but they sort of go and hide for 9 months, and then or people who adopt babies and they go and hide, because our society is so judgmental. And I just don't, I don't think that's good for anybody. So yes, but I think my babies, my daughter and my babies are the greatest gifts I've been given. So zero regrets.
So, we know Chimamanda as a very great author. And she's a feminist too. When we got to find out that, she just gave birth to twin, and she's a very private person. So, she teaches that core value of you can be a celebrity and you can also be private. Everybody don't necessarily need to poke their nose into your private matter. We're all happy, and everyone was like, she's 47-year-old, so how is she able to do this? And it had to create awareness to some TTC mothers, and I liked what she said, despite the fact that she's trying to be private. She had to come out and say this in a very good way. They'll say you can do it because a woman of 47-year-old just put to bed. She's trying to make you understand that there are struggles to these things, and at the end of the day, it's not like you cannot have your own child, but there are ways to it. And surrogacy is one of those ways. Let's not forget that even Cheesy Alichi that recently put to bed, that was late April, 2 weeks ago or thereabout, people have been slamming her on social media because she's the one that got married in 2019. And we've not heard the cry of the baby. Of course, when you're a celebrity and you just got married, all eyes will definitely be on you. After marriage, they're expecting to see a baby bump or something, and we've not seen anything. Trust me that people were really, really sending comments that could even break a woman's heart. And one thing we don't know is that your words can kill somebody. So that is why when she was able to give birth, she made it so private. Even when she acts movies, she posts every single day on her social media, but she didn't make it known that she's pregnant until she had to take some, what they call it, maternity photo shoots and upload it. And everyone was happy. So many celebrities were putting it out there. I will still give another example. Angela Wosu, people keep trolling her that, she's not pregnant, that she had to do surrogacy. However, people give birth to their children. I feel it's not any of our business. We, the netizens, it's not our business in any way. But what Chimamanda is trying to say is, people that are struggling, trying to conceive, you don't need to shame them, you get? Because even if you use someone's testimony to rub on their face, there are ways to those things. You don't know how that person got it. Just when we're happy, we wouldn't know, because we wouldn't know that it was true surrogacy. We wouldn't know. Everyone was happy. It was something trendy on social media, on news headlines and the likes. to think that she just dropped her book and the same thing happened. So it's something that people use as testimony, and they may even use it to throw at someone else that you can't do this at your age, or even use it as a testimony for somebody else. But forgetting that there are ways and certain strategies that are put to this thing. It can even be through IVF. It can be through any way. So in a nutshell, we shouldn't in any way drag, body shame, or even say things that are not necessary to mothers that are trying to conceive. Let's move forward. I don't want to try. I want to sound like a motivational speaker. Let's go to the foreign scene. So cosplayers in Peru dress up as their favorite fantasy film and science fiction character as they paraded through the annual Comic Day Festival 2025 on Thursday in the capital city of Lima. The festival offers a unique opportunity for fans across Peru to be seen and to interact through the love of comic books and shows. In addition to exploring the latest comic and films, fans dressed as their favorite characters from Star Wars, Spider-Man, and Dungeons and Dragons toured the fair and posed for cameras to show off their best costumes. The festival will continue until Sunday, May 4th, and aim to encourage reading through comics. So this one is for comic lovers, but let's take a look.
Cerrando con broche de oro acá, así que ya saben, esténse aquí hasta el último momento. Qué bonito episodio, muy felices. ¡Vas a caer, Spider-Man!
¿Tú sabes a quién te estás acercando? ¡Soy yo, el pingüino!
What cosplay means for me is the art of interpretation. For example, today I can be the penguin through cosplay and I can show another facet or interpret something that as a normal person, so to speak, civil, sometimes embarrasses us. And you get into character, and that is a beautiful experience to share with others.
I invite all parents who can have the opportunity to share this moment, to come. It's great, it's invaluable because I've also relived memories with characters I've seen from my time, and that's what my son has shared with me.
So French fashion house Chanel took fashionistas to Italy's picturesque Lake Como on Tuesday, where it presented its latest cruise collection. Models wore loungewear, jumpsuits, dresses in pastel colors, and on a makeshift catwalk set up at the luxury Villa do East Hotel that has long hosted royals and celebrities. They were also the brand's traditional tweed jackets and suits. Cruise or resort collection produced in addition to twice yearly seasonal collections are often held in different cities or countries. Chanel had previously presented such lines in New York, Venice, Singapore, as well as Dubai, among other locations. The privately owned label appointed designer Matteo Blasi, previously at Bottega Veneta, as its new creative chief in December. He follows in the footsteps of the late Karl Lagerfeld and his longtime collaborator Virginie Viard, who announced his departure last June. Blasi will present his first collection for Chanel in October. Let's have a view of that.
when the rhythm starts to play. Dance, hold with me.
So that was a very beautiful one. I picked some few dresses that I really, really love. You know, fashion reviews will always make you wow. So we'll go over to the movie train real quick. And first on the list is The Residence. The Residence is an American mystery comedy drama television series created by Paul Williams Davis for Netflix, inspired by The Residence, inside the private world of the White House by Kate Anderson Brewer. The series revolves around a fictional murder scandal, including the staff of the White House. Out in the Darkness is a Nigerian movie exploring the struggles of a new mother, Bolu, battling postpartum mental illness. She experiences hallucinations and faces societal stigma, leading to her and her baby being in the brink of danger as she struggles to bond with her child. Her husband and mother try to help, but the film ultimately highlights the need for awareness, support, and the resilience of women facing similar challenges. So this movie is very, very knowledgeable. It's very vast, especially for women that just put to bed. We always have these postpartum issues, memory loss, Bells Presley, not knowing yourself, trying to find yourself, trying to bond with your child. So this movie is that movie that creates awareness to women that faces similar thing. So if you're looking for something to enlighten you or to teach you, this particular movie is for you. And up next is You Season 5. This movie has kept people fingers crossed, and I'm sure I've also reviewed it for you in the news segment and movie train segment. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, I'll reveal my guest to you. So go refill your popcorn and your glass of juice, because we have a whole lot covered for you today and you don't want to miss on that. But we'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. So I have a guest here in the studio, live and direct. Last week I revealed to you an art gallery interview and of course reviews of some artworks. And today here right with me is the artist himself. Well, we're talking about something very different and spicy, interesting, because it's been making rounds. We'll be talking about art in the age of AI, inspiration or interference. I'm actually very curious, but let's review our guest to you. Welcome to the studio, Uche Agonsi Kuntash.
Thank you.
So, how you doing this wet Friday?
Very fine.
You're not cold, Abby.
So
Okay, let's move. Let's start with you first of all. What inspired you to move into art?
well, I always tell my interviewers, as a young man, I was just drawing. I love drawing, so that made me love integrated science. I was just drawing butterfly. So, and the thing left me with a very bad handwriting, because then in primary school, I'll give somebody my writing to be writing for me while I'll be doing their drawing. So that's got into secondary school.
Yeah.
I was just drawing. I was just drawing. I love science.
So much.
Yeah, and I could remember I drew all the walls in our house. We are so few, there's no space. I remember going to our, then we call him Okochukwu, the catechist, and I begged him, can he loan me the church wall to start drawing? He said, he wants to see what I would draw. I just said the book of my Bible story, you know, those Samson, David. He said, go ahead. So I started drawing on our church wall. That's still the impact and the joy I derive in drawing and doing art.
You know, you actually marveled me now. You said you loved integrated science.
Yeah.
But you didn't study science in school, am I right?
I did.
Okay. That will be story of another day. Because I want to understand how you had to switch. So, you know, there was a time I reviewed a story from the foreign scene actually, and we saw some good things that the technology has done. We'll see artworks that is displayed, and you tend to see that artwork as if it's real. Let's assume you made an artwork of the forest, you know, and people walk into a room like this, and you tend to see the leaves in that artwork waving and the birds flying. Now that brings my question. What role does AI currently play in the creation of visual art?
You know, before the coming of AI, I worked with the movie industry, starting from when I was young. That was 2000 or 1999. After Igodo, you know, after most of this movie, we started, and I was so discouraged because they didn't appreciate the role of artistic director.
Okay.
You know, I love special effects.
Okay.
You know, each time you watch Nigerian movie, then you have an accident scene, they tie bandage on the right, while the man that had the accident was holding his left hand. You see that contradiction?
Yes.
And now a car hit somebody, he fell down with his face, and now they tie bandage on. You know, those disparities, and sometimes when they do cuts, they don't look like real wound.
Okay.
So then I could remember we approached them. We can do those things because I will sit on my own and imagine. You know, at some point they gave us room, but those marketers from Iweka couldn't pay.
Okay.
Because sometimes you need to make human hand with silicone. Then we'll now put some tiny pipe inside, then insert things that look like blood. You can now hold that silicone, which look like human hand, and use knife and cut it. And those blood will come out. People will feel it's real.
Okay.
But if you want to now say you will do this, they say, just tie the hand behind, cut, do this one, do this, and some of those things start looking unprofessional. And each time I watch a movie, I like watching the end. You will now see different people behind the camera. You see the artistic director, you see this, you now see all these people are artists. So I was opportune to travel abroad. I saw some of the old areas they shoot those movies, like Titanic, the way they do makeup, they wear masks. These are people that love art and artists in their role. That's why sometimes our movie doesn't meet international standard, because some of the role the artists should play, they give it to people and say, do this, do this.
Yeah.
So in movie industry, like especially when you want to shoot animation, those things are sketches you make. They will now introduce the motion picture. And some of those things start working. But they were all sketches done on stages. So before now, AI is equally a program. And it's an artistic program too.
Yeah.
That can equally help image become motion and...
But do you feel it threatens the human rights of those people that have the original copy?
No, no. Like I keep telling people, art evolves. Like during those days, the major art they knew was sculpture, painting, ceramics, textile. Most of them didn't know about street art, mixed media, performing art, somebody can have body painting. So during the time of Picasso, they had pointillism, Dadaism, and others. But today, art has involved in so many areas. More names will come. People will now even iron pattern or so. Creativity is something
Evolving.
that you cannot stop.
Yeah.
Because very soon people start producing cars that can fly.
They have already.
Yes.
They have.
Those things are artists. Like the first aircraft was drawn by Michelangelo. Are you getting me? So all of them pick adaptation from nature, bird and all this thing. But because they had science background, they were able to measure the distance, the velocity, the speed. That's why sometimes I always tell artists, if you have science background and study art, it makes you unique. Rather than only studying art, having the skill. Like sometimes if I do a sculptural work, it can never fall. Because I've studied the space. I've studied the measurement. I've studied. That's why sometimes I can do an actor that will stand on one leg, it won't fall. Like you see that lion at your neck, it stand on two, they can't fall. So that's science. You now have to calculate the balance. How much will raise the lion so that the weight can be on the leg? So how much support will you give on the leg to carry the whole body? How much weight will you reduce from the body of the lion that can now match? But you need see some artists when they want to do, they do art in the round because they don't understand the science of fiction. You know, sometimes if you see an actor that looks as if he's flying,
Yeah.
it gives you that, like some people have entered that in architecture. You see them now building a building and things. And you would think the building will fall, it won't fall because they've studied
The scientific
part of it and they equally introduce it in their foundation. And these things are arts. Art of engineering, art of science, art of communication, so everything is art. That's why you hear people say art is life.
So are you agreeing now?
But they have to separate it. Very soon, like in this broadcasting, you will now have AI aspect of broadcasting. You get? So as those things are growing, they're like trees that have different branches. You should not feel bad. And that's why I always tell artists who doesn't grow, one day will fizzle away with some of the old nature of art. Like when Bruce Onobragbe started printing pattern, people thought it was mass production. But today that has become a norm. And some of these things are done with machines. So two of them will grow. They won't interfere. But an artist will play a role in two of them.
So my question is, don't you think that doing this, of course, technology is good, it has evolved, but when you see children using 3D effects and all that to create art and not knowing the originality, not knowing how to paint and all that, don't you think it would indict or affect them when it comes to arts category?
Like I always do, my passion was to help families understand the power and the purpose of art. Even when you give birth to a child, watch white men. Some of the things they use for babies are light colors.
Okay.
You can't see black. You can't see a baby wearing black. They use those friendly colors, those floral colors for a baby so they can now start understanding nature and start appreciating nature. Things like pink, light blue, some of those things. So when they introduce those things, the baby eye is forming. That's why sometimes art should be exposed to every citizen, every human being in life.
Okay.
Do you know why? Because sometimes you see this thing people call color blocking. It's confusion. Literally, somebody will now wear 7 colors. I say it's color blocking. I'm not wearing green, yellow, blue, red, white. And sometimes, if you don't understand color, it messes up with your emotion. You can't stay in a relationship. It affects you. If you can appreciate color, you can stay with anybody because color is like emotion. Color determines how you feel.
Yeah.
If I paint this room now black, if you come here, you start feeling moody. If I paint it red, headache from anywhere. And you not say it's demon. It's not demon, it's color. That sometimes, check God now. He wears white in heaven. Why would God wear black in heaven? He uses gold. Watch all those colors. You know, sometimes we need to study from our creator. What are those colors in it? And sometimes look at some things God created like butterfly. See the amount of color. See flowers. See the amount of color God displayed there. Don't think God is not wise. But because we Nigerians don't appreciate art, that's why the suicidal rate is increasing. People don't appreciate flower. Give a girl flower, you say, what's flower? Give me recharge card, give me data. But when you look at flower, you study those curves, you study those color blend and all this. Sometimes it affects your emotion. It makes you feel good. So when you allow children to play with clay, they get used to it. They were able to form something. They say, this is something I was able to create. And before you know it, they can appreciate nature.
Yeah.
And even when you come to the room, you see color patterns. They appreciate it, teddy. For most children in Nigeria, what is teddy bear? What is this? Sometimes when you give them teddy, you see them punishing the teddy bear. Tomorrow they will remove the head, remove this. That's future bandits we are raising.
Yeah.
So, but sometimes allow them do take art in secondary school, take it in nursery school. It helps them to develop well.
That's quite interesting. Unfortunately, our time is up. Because I was enjoying this conversation. Honestly, it's something that interests me so much. But I really appreciate your insights, Uche Agonsi Kuntaj. And I love your work, your art works. And I pray it evolves, you know. This is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. You know, join us same time next week, weekdays, Monday to Friday. And of course, repeat during the weekend in case you missed any episode. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We talk of subsidy. Why subsidy? A lot of Nigerians should know that subsidy came in place to, in the first place, in the petroleum sector, to cushion the fact that the federal government has failed to refine oil locally. That's why subsidy came. In the 80s, there was nothing like fuel subsidy, because the refineries were working, Port Harcourt, Warri, so that we get crude oil from the Niger Delta there. We move it to these refineries. They now pump up north also to a refinery in Kaduna that services the whole of the north. And outside these refineries, we now have depots, oil, fuel depot, tank farms and fuel depots, like we have one in Mosimi, we have in Ore, we have in different places, we have in the north, we have in different places. These refineries also pump to these depots. Then the trucks now go to the nearest depots, lift for petroleum products, then go to the filling stations and discharge. So you find out that trucks don't need to travel far. All the ones from the north just go to Kaduna, and Kaduna already have also some fuel depot where they pump all these things to. So it was well regulated. Fuel was selling because we're producing locally, we sell locally. So we're producing in Naira, we're selling in Naira. So there's no need for fuel subsidy. Then Babangida all of a sudden embraced IMF, International Monetary Fund recommendations to devalue our Naira. They started devalue our Naira. They now brought a policy called Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. And that was where Nigeria's, they said they brought in the regulation of the Naira. That means the Naira should not be as powerful as it is, because even as at in the late 80s, late 70s, Naira was stronger than the dollar. And as of 1983, we are still going to return tickets to the UK with 17,000 Naira. Return tickets. So what we are now saying is that they saw that the Naira was a threat. And of course, people who don't know anything about the currency came in. Babangida bought into the idea and do structural adjustment program. From the day he took over that structural adjustment program, Nigeria economy went downhill. That was where all our factories run by government, they brought in, apart from that, they also brought in the issue of, they were not using the regulation that time, they were using privatization. That government has no business, they should sell off government enterprises and conglomerates. So they didn't even allow government to sell it. The government started allowing them to die. The Nigerian Sugar Company died. We had two sugar companies that were servicing all of us in Nigeria. Nigeria was even exporting sugar. We had a sugar plantation. We had a factory. We had a raw material. Sugar has no waste product. All the waste products of sugar are used for other things, like the molasses is used for ethanol. So Nigeria opened another company called ENUGU, Nigeria Eastern Alcoholic Manufacturing Company, where they produce ethanol. Pharmaceuticals come there to buy. The back of sugar, the fine grains of the back of sugar waste products is used to manufacture paper. So Nigeria opened a company called Jeba Paper Mills, where they produce receipts, tissue paper, and all those things. So we had 3 sugar factories. Do you know that it was the sugar factory in Bashita, which was the biggest one, was being expanded into 4 times its original size when it suddenly closed in the mid-90s. The same time, we killed Nigeria Airways. We killed the Nigeria NNS, the Nigeria Shipping Line. We killed the textile factories in Kaduna. We killed the Delta Glass, really. We killed all the rubber factories. Ajokuta became moribund. Delta Steel Company, a company that was one of the first fully automated steel plants in the world.
The role of nurses in our society is to ensure that people live healthy. And we do this through promotion. In promotion, we promote people's way of life. Having them engage in physical exercises, having them have good nutrition, safe water, safe environment to promote health. And we also go ahead to talk about the preventive measures, proper hand washing, that will prevent one from transferring disease from one person to another. We go about preventing injuries in the home and where we work. We also talk about rehabilitation, because we have tried to promote, prevent, and eventually we're done with disease or injury. How do we manage such situation? We treat in the hospital, the doctor prescribing, we nurses administering. At the end of the day, if there is need for rehabilitation, we ensure that there is prompt rehabilitation. By so doing, we have covered the first degree, second degree, and third degree of care. First degree of care being preventing that injury from occurring. Second degree of care being prompt treatment, and third degree of care being rehabilitation.
Hello, it's Friday night, and this is Full Day, your late night show. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Tonight at the show, we'll be looking at the local government as a platform for the engagement of the grassroots. Our guest is the chairman of Oje River Local Government Area of ENUGU State, Greg Anyebudike. Greg, before he became chairman of the local government, was a consultant for the World Bank. At some point in his career, he was the managing director of the ENUGU State Waste Authority, ESWAMA. Greg, you're welcome to our show.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be back with you, but let me also remind our viewers that Chi Edozie Moye, who is the chief basketball coach in ENUGU and also the deputy coach of the Nigerian basketball team, will be speaking to us about harvesting positive youth energy through sports. Greg, welcome again.
Thank you very much.
You know, tonight I wanted to look at how the local governments can engage the grassroots. And that was why I pointed out the fact that you had been consultant to the World Bank and you had done some work around grassroots development and all that. Now you're local government chairman. So you've seen it from outside, you're seeing it from the inside. What is making it difficult for local governments to serve as that bridge between those in the rural areas, those in the grassroots, and then the top echelon of government? What has been the challenges?
Thank you very much. I've been pondering on the word difficult because it's not difficult. You're a local government chairman, you are in your local government. One of the things that you need to do is to connect to your people. And your people hear one language: service delivery. That's the language they hear. That's what they want. They want their lives to be better. They want more money in their pocket. The grassroots. When you don't have that pot of service delivery served to the grassroots, again, it becomes difficult when you are not able to connect. When I mean connection, it's not just talking. It's about being empathic with their plight, being empathic with what they're seeing. So the challenge is there will generally stem out of the fact that you don't have a service delivery package for the grassroots.
So would you say that why we've had this problem is because a lot of people who are chairmen or who are governors have not encouraged, a service delivery attitude for those that are holding those offices? Is that why the grassroots distance themselves from government?
Well, there's an assumption here. The assumption is that they distance themselves. But again, it depends, because a good government, a good leader takes the people to where the people want to be. A great leader takes the people to where they ought to be. So when you say they are distancing themselves, is it because they think that the local government will not do anything for them?
Or because they think that the local government has not, over the years, done anything for them?
Now, yes, but again, information and knowledge is very critical here. One of the, it now comes back to what can we do? What can we not do? And it also comes back to the part of the politician or the leadership. Because when you also, during campaigns, promise them that you're going to put air conditioner on their streets, of course, you are raising the expectation. And when you don't meet up with it, there is apathy, there is that kind of withdrawal from the citizens that they have, that the leader has not met their expectation. But beyond that also, if you are able to explain to them, then it goes back to the people themselves, because some of the politicians may be mischievous to start saying some of the things that are not possible. And the people buy these things because during these campaigns they're impressionable. So there's a whole lot of mix on the part of the citizens, on the part of the politicians. Citizens are expecting too much, politicians are promising too much. But there's a fundamental thing here. I like the word you said, communication. Very, very important. If this communication is passed on very well, expectations will be managed, then the availability of resources will also be managed. Then people understand this is what I can ask this person to do, and this is what this person cannot do. And then there's a balance in understanding. Then you can now see people rebuilding confidence in their leaders that, oh, this man is here, he gets so much amount of money, but this is how far he can go with that money. He can't go beyond that. So there's a whole lot of work on the part of both the citizens and the leadership, duty bearers, to be able to have a balance. But again, more of work is required from the duty bearers. You have to come to the people with some level of truth. You have to let them know this is the reality. And then you have to employ what we call the partnership, because so many places develop because of partnership. If there's a partnership between the citizens and the government, for example, check out the building of smart schools in ENUGU State and the hospitals, and you find the level of support for supervision that is happening to make sure that the right quantity of materials, the right portion of materials are used, the right standard and specification of materials are used. Then you see the people coming out for their own. For example, in my ward,
there was this mix that the contractor was using to cast some pillars and decks. And then it wasn't good. It was, even a layman knows that that mix is not good. And then they reported. And government quickly rushes back to decide to say, stop work, come and answer for this. And there's that accountability system embedded in the project where the community is contributing, the government is contributing. Because government is not everywhere. You know, it's citizens that can do this. So, but when I say there's much work on the part of the government, is that it is government that will actually set up these confidence systems where the citizens can actually benefit.
I'm really excited by the fact that you're giving examples around what is happening in your local government, in your ward, and in the state. And I'd like to, let's use your local government as a test case. You've been in office now for about 3 months.
6 months plus.
Oh, 6 months. I didn't know that.
Sure.
So, tell me, how are you able to engage the grassroots to build confidence and then to give them hope that your tenure would take care of some of their challenges?
Yeah.
How are you doing it, and are you communicating? Do you think they are getting the message?
First of all, it's not a knee-jerk approach that I'm taking. Before I was elected, I campaigned. And I campaigned with a manifesto, clearly saying, these are the things I want to do for you. The manifesto was there. I printed it. I unveiled it to the public and said, hold me accountable with this manifesto. However, this is not the end. I hope to be engaging you from time to time. I want you to come back to me so that you study the manifesto so that we can discuss how we are going to work together to deliver the manifesto. I'm back to my office. I pick the items in the manifesto, and that guides how we run our activities day by day.
In the last 6 months, have you ticked a number of them?
Of course. I've ticked a number of them, and we are moving forward. For example, when it comes to general governance, we want to do things like reforming the way local government works. So one of the first things we did is to start having a good environment for the staff to work in. We're able to restore electricity 24/7 in the local government. And in also helping our work, we're able to put in some 24/7 internet services in the local government. So what do? We encourage the staff to make sure that they try to build their capacity from free online courses that they can find in the net. We've set up a system that will continue improving the capacity of staff to be able to deliver. For example, in the area of security, we promise in general governance also that we're going to provide security for our people. It may interest you to know that in the past 6 months, because of coordinated activities, different efforts, there has not been any major kidnapping incident in Oji River local government. Some of the few ones that are attempted were foiled and repelled. And today, our people go to their farms without any hitch.
This is interesting because a lot of your colleagues around the state and even outside the state are really having a tough time, getting the farmers and the people at the grassroots to go back to their farms.
We are having a tough time too.
So I mean, looking at it from a peer, review kind of approach, what are you doing right?
Well, I don't want to jump into peer review. However, I want to focus on Oji River.
So how are you making it work in Oji River?
Okay.
Are you carrying the people along?
Yes.
Are they part of the security arrangement?
Well, basically, you cannot succeed the way we are succeeding without carrying the people along. And security is everybody's business. And we've tried to engage all the stakeholders in the security network, including the security agencies, the president generals, the ENUGUs, and key stakeholders in the communities. So for us, we try to improve intelligence gathering. We've been very proactive with intelligence gathering. We've also deployed technology. We've purchased drones, and we do a lot of analysis to capture the trend, to capture the routes, entry and exit points. We do a lot of work around making sure that we anticipate what could happen, and then we go to block some of those things that will happen.
So you're proactive.
For security issues, it's not everything you say in the public, but
from what you're saying,
yeah,
I see a proactive approach, because you're already tracking trends,
yeah,
to know what sparks it,
yeah,
and see red flags,
yeah,
and then
try
start
to plug
taking
it,
care of it.
Start to prepare ourselves to take care of it. For example, we found out that so most times criminality is seasonal. During dry season, criminality seems to reduce, and during rainy season or wet season, there seems to be heightened criminality within the spaces. So right now we are moving into the rainy season. We are preparing much more than we've done before to make sure that we forestall any crime that may come, and it's actually helping us.
Greg, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and but I'll take a little while, because our guest, the chief basketball coach in ENUGU, who is also the deputy, one of the deputy coaches of the national basketball team, Chiedozie Nwoye, has joined us by Zoom, and I'm just discovering that Chiedozie was your classmate. So I don't know how we are going to have people from your alma mater, you know, taking over our night show tonight.
Yeah, 1993 set, Union Secondary School of Kunano, Enugu.
Chiedozie, are you there? Hello, Chiedozie.
Yeah, Mr. Ilo, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making our time to join us. Just as an aside, I just found out that our guest in the studio, the chairman of Oji River local government, was your classmate in '93.
Yes, of course. Unisoba 1993 set. He's a good guy. In fact, when I just tuned in, I was so happy and glad to know he's your show too. So it's a wonderful night for us.
Okay, I don't want to say he should say hello to you, but that's fine. Tonight, you and I are going to look at how we can harvest positive youth energy through sports. Because, I mean, I've heard people say that some of the restiveness we've had outside the very popular headsmen and all that, that the rest of it is, caused and traced to a lot of young people who, for one reason or the other, want to make quick money. They want to buy big cars. They want to fly first class. They want to stay in the best hotels and probably hang out with the most beautiful girls in town. And that is not very positive. So how? You've been there. You've been in sports for a very long time. And meanwhile, let me just congratulate you for being part of the team that just did Nigeria proud by winning your recent match. But tell me, how do you think that we can take this energy and make it positive?
Okay. Once more, thank you, Mr. Ilo, having me tonight. Well, sports is a big tool a very big tool that connects people. You know, like in the Western world, you know, you hear big stories about sportsmen doing well because the investment in sports is huge, and the return is something else to deal with too. You know, most big guys that play in the big sports in the world, they are rich. They live a good life. You know, mostly in basketball these days, you have to go to school to achieve a lot because normally injury sets in when you get a certain age. So after when injury sets in, what's the next thing you do? You fall back to what the certificate you have. That's one good thing basketball has done to a whole lot of people. So and I'm proud to be a basketballer. So like what you just asked now, I mean, it's just for government to invest more in sports development in Africa, in Nigeria. And once you do it, and let me shock you, the energy, the talent is more here because we have raw talent. But most times, availability of facilities is the main problem. So I for one, like we traveled to Libya. I was shocked. This is a war zone for a very long time. We were able to, we were opportune to train in so many indoors around the city before we went to our own game because we went on time. Normally Nigeria don't do that, but this time around we went on time. So we were able to use the facilities around. I mean, is something else. And fortunately, our first game with Libya, we beat them. So it's all about investment. It's all about engaging the youth, making them understand because most times, once you finish from your practice, you are exhausted, you are tired. All you are thinking about is to just get home, fill your bed, and you go off for the next day. So it's all about investment.
These days it looks like government is not investing in those, youth sports activities, especially in secondary schools, which had become then a breeding ground for talent. Why is that so, and what can we do to bring them back?
Well, the best bet to bring it back is just what His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, is doing. Barrister Peter Mba, building smart school, and like I was impressed, seeing the smart schools. Once you can build sports facilities around the smart schools, because what they do in the Western world is start a grassroots program, start them young. You find out that most of our athletes don't last because they don't start on time. So if we can go back to the basics, go back to drawing board, start the grassroots thing, people will start on time. Like I have a program that I do for kids on Saturday mornings from 6 to 15. I mean, a lot of them are benefiting from it. So they need to, where they learn the basics, So if government can actually invest more on that, you find out that our society will be a better place to be. And like the governor's terminology, tomorrow is here. Our tomorrow is here indeed. It's just all about doing the right thing, catching them young. Because once you catch them young, they get to a certain age, they will explore. But when you are like somebody like me, I started at a very old age, and I was able to tour around the world and did what I did to get to where I am today. So I believe so much in investing in the younger ones, building sports facilities around our schools. Our education sectors should do more on that. We cannot generally allow government to do everything. We do our own, and government will do their own. So I believe so much is a doable thing. It's all about our mindset. It's all about our mentality. It's all about what we think about. And we will have a good society, free crime society. You know, crime is not something you stop completely. But when you invest more in sports, because a whole lot of youth have the talent, they have the muscle, they have the energy to do things. But because they are not engaged, they can use that energy for something different. But when you engage them, something that they know, and they look up to some people, they have icons they look up to, they have legends that they look up to. They know they will get to this standard, and they look at that person, they envy that person, they want to be like him. Like what is happening in America now in basketball. People go to, is a must. Like in NBA now, you can't play NBA now without going through schools. So if our government will eventually do that, I mean, we'll have a big and good future society for Nigeria.
Okay, Ched. Okay, Chidozie. Thank you so much. My takeaway from this conversation is that we need to invest in sports, not just sports. We need to invest in youth sports so that we can catch them young and redirect what you called their vibrant energy into things that are positive. Chidozie, thanks a lot for joining us. I hope very soon you'll be in the studio so we can have a more elaborate conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate
We'll take a break. When we return, we'll conclude our conversation with Greg Anyebudike, Chairman, Oji River Local Government of Enugu State. Well, Greg, you know, listening to Chidozie, well, that wasn't actually part of what I wanted to talk about tonight.
Okay.
Are you investing in sports?
Yes, the kind of investment we want to make in sports is actually sports for business.
How do you mean? Can you break it down for me?
So, for example, youth participated, but they didn't just participate. We have scouts that are going to look at them to pick talents from them. That's the kind of thing we want to get in sports. So we're not just playing sports for entertainment, we're also trying to get the children to hook up to businesses that accrue from sports.
How did you get the scouts? How did you partner with them?
Some people approached us. These are, of course, there are scouts everywhere. So they approached us and we said, okay, the competition is coming, go and look for them. And we're going to have so many other competitions in the local government. The inter-house sports competition is about to be organized. So we get these scouts to come and look at raw talents and see how then we can now support the entire process of picking them and getting them exposed to teams that can actually procure their talents. So that's the way, that's the philosophy of our sports. We just go straight into sports business. Yeah.
So let's go back to what we're talking about, engagement of the people at the grassroots.
Yeah.
And I think about our women, because in our African society, not just African society, even in Enugu State, even in Nigeria, you find out that women are a potential force in growing agriculture. Yes, we talk about mechanization, but mechanization is not fully there. So how are women being supported to continue to be those that make it possible for the food baskets and what have you? How are you and your colleagues engaging at that local level?
Okay, first of all, let me start by saying that there is this farm estate program of the state government in partnership with the local government. It's a system where each ward, I have 20 wards in Oji River, so each ward would donate, will bring out, not necessarily donate, will bring out 200 hectares of land. So this time around, government will go to farm with them, not just saying bye-bye in the street, in the house. When you go to farm, you come back, we meet again. No. Government goes to farm with farmers. Government provides input, helps clear the land, and support farmers with agronomy services farm extension services, and then support the input services like seedlings, crop protection, fertilizer, then support in helping the farmers for storage facilities, and the rest of it. So that farm estate program, we are encouraging women, because each ward bringing up 200 hectares, the 200 will be shared into 200 pieces, that's 1 hectare each, and a farmer will be allotted a hectare, and those government support will follow up with the farmer.
What kind of government support are we looking at?
That's what I'm saying. Input support. That's crop seedlings, crop protection, fertilizer,
extension services,
clearing of land, storage facilities, and most importantly, ready market to buy up the products that are produced.
How are you getting those markets?
That is what government does. Government facilitates these processes. Call the people that need those products and connect them with the farmers, so that the farmers can gain straight from whatever they harvest from their farms. Even storage facilities, government provides this in the entire farm estate program system. So women are encouraged. And if women go to farms mostly, and these 200 hectares per ward is allocated to farmers, then you find out that mostly it will be allocated to women.
Are the youths captured in
yes,
this,
the youth
in this
are,
farm settlement?
Yes, but
program?
it's not like it's something that you gain as a right because you are a youth or because you're a woman. It's something that because you are a farmer. And what we find out is that most times farmers are the women. So we are also encouraging them to pick up this particular largesse from government. But beyond that too, we are also helping the women through a Women Entrepreneurs Empowerment Growth Initiative program of the chairperson of the local government, who is my wife. Every month, she empowers business women, both farmers, entrepreneurs, traders. Every month she empowers 20 women, 1 per ward, because we have 20 wards. And she empowers them with the sum of 100,000 naira. And these people are now encouraged to plow back this money into their business, into their farms, so that they can do better. Some are poultry farmers, some are crop farmers, and all of these culminate into supporting women. So
my worry, and I need to ask that question, is that a lot of money go to people like this, and there's no follow-up, there's no evaluation, there's no monitoring. Do you, at the local government, at your local government, and in this program that your wife is pushing, is there a way you monitor and follow up to, to be sure that these women are using this money for what it was given for?
The follow-up starts from the beginning. The people that are selected, are they really farmers? Are they really traders? Are they really entrepreneurs? That's where it starts.
Do they have shops?
Do they have shops? So that's where it starts, and it happens. So there are people that have been rejected because they did not qualify. They just come to pick the money. They were rejected. And after that, they are being followed up. Very soon, the tour to go around all of these places will start. And these women are followed up with phone calls. Even the day, about 60 women were empowered in the local government. Those that received earlier came and gave testimonies of how the money has been useful to them and how it has supported their business to grow.
So there's a monitoring system.
There is a monitoring system,
okay,
which I said is not starting after the money is given. It's starting even before the money is given.
Okay, Greg, you have the last word.
Okay.
I'd like to say you were in the outside. You are inside right now. Tell me, concluding, how do we sustain this engagement to make it, to give these people at the grassroots a sense of belonging and for them to have a buy-in into what government is doing?
First of all, it has to be deliberate. We have to carefully mean to serve our people. So one of the major ways is to get in people that are willing to serve and that are willing to say the truth to the people. And then they will continue to engage in terms of supervision, in terms of calling people, in terms of access. So when people have access to their leaders, they'll be able to express themselves to the leaders. So that opportunity where, for example, every month, the whole town unions in the local government, they meet, the traditional rulers they meet, and from time to time, I as the chairman or my deputy goes to speak to them. So that particular channel is very good and needs to be sustained. The second channel is through social media, where people that are even living outside the communities can add their voices. And then the other time is to have an open line where citizens can actually call and express themselves. Open line, including emails, including phone calls, WhatsApp, and other social media platforms. But most importantly, having a deliberate plan of action.
An intentional effort.
An intentional effort by the local government to continually engage the people. For example, this farm estate program, I am going from community to community, sensitizing them and telling them what it's all about, and for them to participate. Even when we wanted to, there was recruitment for the army and the police, we continue to talk to people, continue to talk to them. So we have a system that is passionate about citizens' engagement.
Okay.
A system that's passionate about partnership. Because it's not just in talking to people, it's also about people bringing in their time, resources to develop our own place.
Greg, I must thank you.
We are pushing on the principle of Akuruno to make sure that
I must thank you,
people
Greg.
come back. Yeah.
Thank you for coming on our show. We have a little present for you.
Wow.
So it's something you just keep on your table at the local government.
Wow, this is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you.
And please, let's continue engaging.
Yes.
And that's how we end our program today. I've been speaking with Greg Anyebudike, chairman of Ojo River local government area. And that's Full Day, your late night show. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from ENUGU in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us.
You are welcome to another edition of Signature Television Unscripted. This is a forum where we discuss important national issues that affect the lives of Nigerians, issues that are of interest to our existence. And today, we are going to analyze the issues of the day, issues of the week. And with me in the studio this morning to do justice to this edition, coming up on a very important period of the year, the Easter celebration, which I'm sure our viewers are out there are enjoying or celebrating. With me on the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is an economist and a public affairs analyst. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike, for inviting me.
Thank you. And you know him. He's always with us. Mr. Christian Madoka.
Yeah.
Mr. Christian Madoka is with us this morning to give life to this program, as it were. So, Mr. Madoka, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Like I did say, we are in a very important season of the year, Easter. Even though we're not going to discuss Easter as it is, but we have to give it a mention. Our viewers out there, the important thing is for us to know the reason for the season. the reason for the season. Why are we celebrating? And we are celebrating because Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, sacrificed himself for the redemption of mankind. And that should be in the mind of everybody that is celebrating Easter. Yesterday was Good Friday. Today is Holy Saturday. Tomorrow is the Easter Sunday, the proper Easter day. So as we go along, in celebrating Easter, we must remember the fact that Christ died for the remission of our sins, for the redemption of mankind. And having settled with that, a lot of congratulatory messages have been coming up, to celebrate the Easter. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did send one and ask Nigerians, to have hope and order the military to end insecurity in the country. The president, as you are well aware, has been away in France. The spokesman said he will spend 2 weeks. I think he has spent more than 2 weeks, and he will return to the country after the Easter celebration. But I want us to look at the number of times that the president has been away from the country since he assumed office. It looks as if he's ruling Nigeria from abroad, and I wouldn't say it's annoying, but the one particular issue is that he always goes to the United Kingdom that colonized Nigeria for a number of years. That would have been understandable. But for him to go to France, so how do you, Dr. KJ, how do you look at the president regular, jetting out of the country? He's done that for about 9 times since he was made president. It looks as if he's ruling Nigeria from abroad. I don't imagine a situation where Mr. Donald Trump will come to Lagos or Abuja and stay for 2 weeks and stay for 1 month, or the South African president, because Nigeria is a very populous country, over 200 million people. Our president has enormous respect, and we wouldn't look as if we are running a banana republic, to the extent that your president will leave the country and go outside for 2 weeks, for 1 month, and his mind has to be telling us that he can rule Nigeria from abroad.
It's been asked to talk.
Well, thank you, Mike, for raising this issue. But it does just show that you are using the word ruling. I think Nigeria is not being ruled. If it was being ruled, we would not have the governance problems we have. It's an enterprise for some people. He is there for his benefit. He has a personal goal. And the music by Idris, has answered it, which says, go and tell your papa, which means the papa is not hearing. He's interested in some other thing.
Is the papa absent?
Well, it's quite interesting because according to Professor Odokon, he said that a country, a state, what we call countries, is a unit of the international system. So when a head of state leaves to another state, it is a state visit. It cannot be private. But if somebody who is a head of state routinely migrates to other countries for personal purposes, things change, the more they remain the same. In the early 1980s, the Senate under late the deceased Senate President
Joe Wires?
Yes, Wires. Sometimes they will form a committee and they say that they don't want their committee report to be leaked. They travel to Switzerland. And some people were criticizing that Senate. But see where we are today. In the 1960s, Sir Abubakar declared state of emergency in Western region. He was criticized. Here in 2024, we are declaring state of emergency, removing people who were elected. To my surprise, even the military man who is in charge is appointing electoral officers, I mean for the Electoral Commission in River State. But these are people who ought to be screened by Parliament. And if the House of Representatives is the Parliament under the process,
having oversight function of the emergency.
He didn't nominate them to anybody. And he took a serving military officer to be his chief of army staff. It's just to comment on your word, ruling. This is not ruling. Is anything goes.
Yes, he said so. Anything goes. Mr. Madoka, do you agree that it's anything goes that we are experiencing in
Nigeria is evolving and emerging country where nothing can be predicted. And meanwhile, we are talking about the blacksmith that doesn't know how to mold the metal gong has looked at the talon of a kite. What happened during the reigns, or the ruling times of Buhari? Since we rule in Nigeria, we do not reign, we do not govern. What happened? The president of Nigeria was away for 157 days. And we are just, you know, he told me of a story, a friend told me, he said somebody in the neighborhood stole a chicken. And the people were beating him, and the man said, because I just stole small chicken to do pepper soup, what will happen when I stole a dog? You know, somebody had just stayed 14 days. He are making, and he said he will come back after Easter. And somebody stayed 157 days in a row, and then the other ones that we could not count, of jetting in and jetting out, you are only counting about 9 times. But I'm sure it's more than that. But that's by the way. Now, the point I want to make. We have governance system that tell the people lies. You know the legendary story in Igbo land of Ezena Chiobodo. He comes telling them, Ago don't come, a lion came, a llama came. People will assemble. Eze, where is the lion? He said, just the day the lion actually came, the people didn't come out. The people of Nigeria have lost interest. The governing establishment don't tell the people the truth. Because over time, because of not telling the truth, not a single Nigerian believes what is happening. So anything happens, they just keep quiet looking. If they keep quiet looking, it's not that because they believe what you are doing. It's just they love total interest. That gap between the governed and the governors still remains, and it's being widened every day. Sometimes it is deliberate to benefit the governors. Then the governed are losing totally. How can a president of a country go, even if, who has said is he an angel? He's a human being. If it happened in America, they will put Voice of America, OB van, in front of the hospital where their president is, and be reporting every minute. So they take control. Even if they want to tell you lies.
But they didn't tell us.
But this one, I know it happened in Nigeria in the last time. They left Nigeria to be scampering for information. So Nigerians will sit together in a drinking parlor and they say, hey, what did you hear about that? I said, our president going here. Someone said he went here.
Yeah, but the spin doctors of the president said he's working remotely in France.
But
they didn't say he's in the hospital. They didn't tell us.
I'm not saying he's in the hospital. I'm saying I'm making it up because we don't even know where our president is. There's a viral video where somebody who claimed to be the doctor said, you did see you people are doing about which kind of packaging is this? How can my papa be sick and you people are packaging, telling us lie? And he said he's the doctor of the president. How many people have refuted it? So in Nigeria, anything you make up, say it. If you gather, like social media, if it trends and you gather more followers, it works out. So we have an issue.
Yeah. Let's look at the issue of the president staying abroad and ordering the military to end insecurity in the country, and we have seen a situation where instead of ebbing, the insecurity is still on the rise. We know of the killings, recent killings in Plateau State. About 15 or 17 people were, Benue and Plateau.
Just this morning it was in the newspaper.
So if you, even as we talk in Enugu here, we heard about killings in Uzuwani and all that. You know, so everywhere in Nigeria, there is every day in the country, a man or a woman is killed, is either killed or kidnapped. So you find a situation where instead of the insecurity reducing, it's on the increase. And the president has ordered the military to end. Is it a lack of ordering? Is it a lack of ordering or otherwise that is responsible for the increase in insecurity in the country?
It's funny, Chief Ubani, when you ask that. Let me just give a few illustrations. If you know that the strong man of the house is in the house, you know the Igbo say, then if you want to go to that house, they say the strong man is at home. But imagine why you know, what did they sell a widow? That when you are dealing with a widow, you know where the husband is. So when the insecurity is happening and you only hear that the president is away in France telling you, but one will be more strong that the president is speaking from Asorok, and the report is like, report coming from Asorok is that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has given directive and mandate.
Or even the president visiting Borno or visiting Plateau State or Benue.
Are sending out information, pictures that he is alive and kicking and actively on top of the game, giving orders. Which one will be more? The answer is obvious that that one will be more. I mean, even if when you hear that lion is here, even if when you look at that environment, you run away. But when they say, you know, you don't know whether lion is there or not, you can do anything. And that's what I liken to this too. I don't know what.
Dr. KJ, still talking on the military. A few days ago, the military brass in the 82 Division, you know, complained that Southeasterners were not enlisting into the Nigerian army. A situation where one state has about 3,000, you know, recruits. In Enugu State, Enugu has about 100 people that have shown interest to be recruited into the army. And the army is saying, look, the military, the Nigerian army is a national institution, you know, but the military is crying that Igbos are not enlisting into the army. Would you? And here we are, Nigerian army, from the word go, the first Major General of the Nigerian army was an Igbo man, Major General JTU, late Major General JTU Aguiyi. So in the 60s, 70s, you have so many officers from this part of the country in the officers' cadre. But today, that you know, historic achievement has been eroded to the extent that the military is appealing to Igbos to enlist it. So what is wrong? Why do you think that the Igbos are not showing interest in being enlisted into the Nigerian army?
Well, there's a frame of analysis in economics, and I think it's in management and sociology, that talks about rational expectation. Human beings are rational. If the army was a Nigerian army, people will join. But if it is some people's army, you will not join, because when Lieutenant General Ihejirika was Chief of Army Staff under Jonathan, the governor of Adamawa State, Nyako, publicly said that the army was decimating northern youths. That's the new name for Boko Haram, because Ihejirika is an Igbo, and he wants to retaliate what they, meaning his own people, did to the Igbos during the war. If you had that, would you join the army? So people are rational. I'm certain that if the Nigerian army casualties in those conflicts were analyzed properly, you may discover that some of the dead soldiers were shot from the back. And I'll give you a reason. I have somebody, in Abuja. He told me, a young boy, he's from Bauchi State, but he's a Christian. So he went for recruitment. He passed the recruitment exercise and they was engaged. A vehicle was brought in to take them to Zaria for training. He said on the road somewhere, the colonel stopped asked the vehicle to enter a hotel. Those of them who were Christians were dropped. Some other people who never participated in the recruitment exercise were put in the vehicle and taken to Zaria. He came back to Abuja. I asked him, didn't you join the army again? He said, then he told me this story. That was during Jonathan. In other words, if it is the army of some people, they may be training their own agents to fight against the Nigerian army. So you may go there and just lose your life. Maybe when they say advance, somebody shoots you from the back. And you are not accounted for. You are buried. So it's not the Nigerian army. Because that was what caused the civil war. Ojukwu said, good and well, you have retaliated against the killing of Sadoana and others.
It's a beautiful day. It's the 2nd of May 2025. Charles here. Hope you're good. It's a wet day here in ENUGU State. I don't know where you're watching us from. If you are in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, or the Commercial Nerve Center in Lagos or Port Harcourt, or maybe even in the United Kingdom or America. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. So we have a whole lot lined up for you today, but not until we'll tell you what had happened in the last 24 hours, especially as it concerns the front pages of the newspaper. It was May Day yesterday, and all across the world, I warned you, it would always be lamentation upon lamentation. Nigeria had its own fair share of the lamentations. We're back after this to look at what's going on in the front pages. To stay with us. So we begin on The Nation newspaper this morning, and on The Nation, Tinubu assures of better deal as workers make 20 demands. With the writer, Minister lists 13 pro-worker interventionist programs. Minister ICPC open probe into students' loan violations. Northeast governors unite to end out-of-school children's and insurgency. Reps lift victims of attack applied to communities with 100 million naira. Records on Tinubu not ready, says FBI and DEA. Saudi to slam heavy fines on illegal pilgrims, tour operators. We also have this one. Edo raises minimum wage from 70,000 naira to 75,000 naira. Ebonyi gives workers 10,000 naira May Day reward. Abia, we've paid 30 billion naira to clear inherited salaries and pensions. All the details you can find on The Nation newspaper. And now over to the Daily Trust's newspaper this morning. ICPC probes students' loan scandal. ICPC probes students' loan scandal. Bank customers weigh options over hike in SMS alert charges. Zamfara, how kidnapped chief imam family members were killed by bandits. Baba Ahmed to Atiku, don't run for presidency again. Baba Ahmed to Atiku, don't run for presidency again. Maiduguri barracks explosion, we thought it was Boko Haram attack, says resident. Tinubu visits Katsina today to commission projects. Northeast governors decry poor road network in sub-region. Workers' Day. NLC makes fresh demands, with the writer seeks 65-year retirement age for workers, rejects casualization. And now to the Daily Times newspaper. The Daily Times this morning. Tinubu departs Abuja today for Katsina. Commission's projects meets key stakeholders. Nel Fund disburses 44.2 billion naira loans to 293.178 students as ICPC launches investigation. Nel Fund disburses 44.2 billion naira loans to 293 students, 178 students as ICPC launches investigation. Natasha replies Abakoba rules out withdrawal of suit against Akpabio. UK, Nigeria partner on rising fraud threats. Workers' welfare paramount in PDP-controlled states, says governor. And now to the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Punch, May Day, Labour pushes for tax cuts, pension overhaul and fresh 20 points demand. With the rider, Tinubu, governors pledge better deals for workers as NLC TUC insists on new demands. Federal government VCs under fire over 100 billion naira student loan controversy. Governors join workers to celebrate May Day in Lagos, Kaduna, others. AFDB launches $650 million yearly economic support for Nigeria. 73 killed, 393 injured in Lagos-Ibadan Expressway crashes in 3 months. 73 killed, 393 injured in Lagos-Ibadan Expressway crashes in 3 months. Sports Festival, arrested Ekiti athletes regain freedom. All right, we're moving now over to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On the Tribune, federal government summons VCs as ICPC probes student loan disbursements. With the rider, ICPC says Nel Fund disbursed only 44.2 billion naira out of 203.8 billion naira received to 293,178 students in 299 institutions. Nel Fund reacts. Nigerians react to new SMS transaction fees amid growing discontent over banking charges. Omahi issues stop work order on Shagamu Iperu Road. I am not quitting PDP, Adeleke tells Osun Stakeholders Forum. May Day, Labour rejects tax reform bills, wants retirement age to be 65 years. Governors, others hail workers on celebration. Phase 1, Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, 70% completed. Delivery January 2026. All the details you can find on the Nigerian Tribune. And that's just about it this morning. And we're back to the table, and we have with us live in the studio Chris Monica. Chris, good morning. It's a wet Friday morning. The weekend is upon us, and looking forward to a weekend that would be quite long because there's an ENUGU marathon that is taking place, international marathon that is taking place tomorrow.
Thank you, Charles. Good morning. And good morning to the world. Welcome to another day of Signaturetv in this Newspaper Review. We're here talking about long weekend. I was seeing the road plan, the map about, and the first thing that occurred to me is that where I am staying is cut off till 12 because of marathon, and I'm just seeing that just yesterday, meaning that if I have to come out tomorrow, I might have to
coming earlier, like by 4 a.m.,
no,
5 a.m.
Earlier, because the road will be closed.
Closed completely.
When you say closed, from as far as you call it morning, whatever you call morning, the roads will be closed. And you trust our security operatives. They will come out quite early, so you can beat them to that, to make up for whatever they lost somewhere. So it's going to affect certain things, but it's all good. It's all good for international marathon taking place in ENUGU. We welcome all the contestants and we wish them happy stay in the coast city. It's wonderful. Some of things that are being done, it's not always like, but then we expect, if you ask me, to hold the international marathon in ENUGU wasn't a day plan.
Of course.
So everybody in ENUGU should have put in that plan so that, because it can, if for people like me, it's very surprising. How do I come out? Because the major road where I pick bus,
Will be
you don't
closed.
drive again anyway, no. So the way major areas where I pick bus to work or to come here for newspaper review were blocked as early as 7:30. So if you don't see me tomorrow, you pray for my soul. Just like Shakespeare said, he said, if you don't see my face again, pray for my soul. For many things are wrong by prayer. That's it. Tinubu departs Abuja today for Katsina and Delhi Times. That's good. We expect that he will do more of this.
He's going to.
Your father is not at home. You know, it tells you better. If your father lives in Abuja and you are here, you hear your father has gone to Imo, your father has gone to Oyo, you know your father is typically you're not feeling that your father is at home. Now, if you hear that our president is going to Katsina, wonderful. So we expect the presidency to do more of that in the last few days and a few months. I've not had a visit to, you know, I've had Imo, but how often? Is it once in 4 years? So when the president, if you have 36 states, you should right to take actions. You might even ask, President, don't visit us, but send policies that will make our life better from wherever you are. As you speak for your servants, will listen and they will work. Just that one is a little biblical. So we move on. ICPC student loan, 71 billion unaccounted for. Out of 200 and something about whatever, they are talking about 71 billion naira. And then we now say NER fund and the management of NER fund. Was it that they had a squirrel in their bag and they're sowing seeds? So, you know, because when you speak about the man who, the flies, following somebody who has wound, you also have to stop to caution the flies. Must you follow the man who has wound? Now, when we are talking about NER fund releasing, we are talking about these universities. You release 1 billion, you didn't wait for accountability. This 71 billion would have gone into voicemail. And you know, whatever goes up in Nigeria does not come down. So this 71 billion, if somebody has actually some cut of that illegally, his bit of things will fall apart, the center cannot hold, and we continue on the restless run of low cost. It is not good for us, it is not good for Nigeria. You know, for student loan, 71 billion unaccounted for, and the world is watching. So what can be accounted for in this country? So when somebody says that we are terribly corrupt, the person is not speaking it because he hates Nigeria. Facts are on the ground. And we hear this. This is where it ends. How it ends, ICPC won't tell us. Who the found culprit will know. And that's it. So we keep pouring salt inside the ocean and hoping that we'll build a castle in the air. We are wasting our time and we are telling ourselves great and dangerous lies. Nobody will stop us from suffering the consequences. That's it.
Interesting. It was May Day yesterday, and we have all of the labor unions demanding several things in different states.
20 fresh points demands.
One of them is
cut, pension overhaul, and all that.
One of them is they want the retirement age to be 65 years old.
It's not asking for 2 months.
Is it a welcome development for you?
Of course, at 61, because the retirement is not interesting. Most workers want to remain in service because most of them that are retired at 60 are dead. 95% of them are gone.
With the work, you keep them alive?
Going to office with all the paraphernalia that go with the work. It's a little exercise, both financial exercise and physical exercise. Because in Nigeria, the aged people do not receive any single attention. And they are also contributory to it. Most of them are in service now. We are talking about retired people. They don't care. Then soon enough, the retirement catches up with them. And they're still running around the circle. Whatever they sow is catching up with them and they are reaping it. So we say, if it begins today to be okay, it's still good. let the pension. I think federal government should give them. There are certain professions in Nigeria, like medical, the professors. You retire them is waste of manpower and waste of energy. At that time, they are old wine, which gets better by age. And the find in some developed countries, the professors do not retire. Generals do not retire. You only ask for retire, just step aside, but you don't retire because you'll be called upon any time if war comes. That's what I was told. How true is it? Only the military will tell us. So we have generals in several sectors. For somebody who is working in civil service and at 60 years, he gives up. It's also for them when they're making the demand to promise Nigerians that when they come back and if presidents succumb to this, that they will be more useful. I know some people who have been in civil service for 35 years. You cannot face them and tell them, what have you achieved in 35 years? They're pushing files. They're involved in bribery and corruption. They are the people who teaches the politicians how to get corrupt. Civil servants also hold blames because they are the people, when Nigeria was Nigeria, to be a civil servant is a very big honor because that is one, they are country builders. When the country builders turn to country destroyers, it affects them. And that's what we're saying. Whatever goes around comes around. And look at what affects them. You at 60, you retire. You can't get your pension before 70, you die. So the better they remain in service at 65. Because they are also contributory to the problem of Nigeria. So if that they promise us that if we plead with the federal government to extend your retirement age to 65, we expect that you become more active. Instead of carrying files and eating cola nuts and granite in the offices, and women making hairs, that the system should find a way of engaging them actively to work. Civil service has become less attractive, and then if you don't want to retire ahead of time, let's know, instead of counting numbers, you'll be surprised. You get to some offices, some civil servants, even up to the position of level 10, do not have desk. They are visiting. So they come around, sit around under the mango trees, and when it's they're looking at 10 o'clock and then they disappear. They will be calling their colleagues in the office, have they paid? Have they paid? That's all you hear from them. Who will pay you when you do not contribute anything? And that psychology has been there with the civil servant. The sooner you do it, they will think somebody is against them. Nobody. I see civil servants in Nigeria, people, they walk back. If you are working in private sector in Nigeria, you meet a civil servant, in any way you meet him, they are so slow. They take decision. They like that bureaucracy and go round and round, talk until things spoil finish. So that's about it. So it's good. Let the federal government extend the retirement and they make it more universal. It shouldn't be selective. We have discussed that here. Instead of making professors in the university or health workers 65, let it be across board, and then we watch them again when we give them second chance.
But it's not everybody who will be that strong at 65.
If you are not strong, you put up compulsory retirement and make you retire compulsorily. The system has a way of doing that. There are people who are retired compulsorily. They still, what do you know? Once you are in Nigerian civil service above 10 years, you are entitled to pension. So what happens? If you are putting 30 years and the remaining 5 years you think you cannot manage, leave. How many years, when did you hear last that the federal civil service is employing? Or the state civil servants are employing? That is it. And the state civil servants are turning out students. Their children are going to university, graduating the youth service. They are pouring. Where will they work? Where some of them are sitting tight, even falsifying age. My fellow say, unless you come and cut it. So when we say the truth remains there, most civil servants are useless. They are not contributing anything to it. I'm sorry to say. Probably you say they are not contributing enough. Maybe it's too hard to say useless. But they are not seeing it that they have a stake. They don't feel this get appointment for who you know, get appointment letter, and that's it. And that's who you know. Some of them sit there. Some of them are over 70 years. But if you go to their files, they are 50. That's why some of them drop dead on an active service. You can't cheat nature. But instead of cheating ourselves. There's a lot of things. That's why I'm telling you, Nigeria is terribly, because my father says somebody we're talking about what Nwambeke is doing. He will forget his own that is Okeke. What Okeke is doing, he just be talking about Nwambeke doing. We Nigerians all share in corruption and sleaze and things that are making our Nigeria not to go forward. So instead of pointing fingers, let us look deep. And that will help us, Charles. Let's move on. Incidentally, we do not have much, it's just so many issues that over.
There's this story I want to call your attention to. On the Nation newspaper, top right, records on Tinubu not ready, says FBI and DEA. Go to the Punch. Top right, no, go to, I think, Punch on your left. Political showdown looms over FBI's Tinubu file release.
I said something yesterday when we were talking about, I made a note for myself. Why is FBI or whoever holds this record making it an event, a media event? Probably they're asking for negotiation. Why not? If you have record, release it. If I will release, you are just releasing. Are you releasing? Are you a man who is having a very low span count? Release. If you have it, why since how many years before the elections came up, we were hearing FBI, they are using it for negotiation. They are also suspect. Because if they have anything that they know is really true, let them release. They're not asking for people to come and negotiate and pay them because they know Nigeria. We always negotiate anything. Yesterday we had the release. We are thinking today there's somebody saying reporting they will delay it. And this one says show. Why they make event out of it? There's no political showdown. They are only asking for. It's like when they say, "I will," he say, "Come and negotiate." The first time they flag it, I will release. Release, Charles. Let FBI release their report and let them not stop taunting Nigeria with their report because they are also suspect. If they think they are what they think they are, release the report. For over 3 years, FBI this talk. What do you hold that you cannot release? That means they are complicit. It's in this country we told that if our president is asset to everybody, flog it down. We swept it under the carpet. Now you are taunting Nigeria. We release. If FBI have anything to release. If you don't have it, go to hell and leave us alone. We have a lot of things to battle here. Don't taunt us. I release today. Release. In fact, do not release again.
You don't think what is the content of that document might be, might be a problem for Nigeria?
Problem for Nigeria when they hold report against one person. The only thing is that the person is a Nigerian president, probably at this time. It has nothing. They've released so many reports in the past and they did not close down any nation. If you have, Charles, I have a report on you. If the real report has been delayed, you become a president and your tenure is almost running more than half and then still taunt you, release, something is wrong. Then let them not release again because the time you needed to actually release is gone. Now that the man is there, you do not go into the house of a strong man, as his Bible says. If you do not tie him down and do what you want to do, it's not when you release it. So, a giant, and plus him on the ground, you cannot slap a giant on the ground. When the giant rises, is at the time you are. So something is wrong with FBI and their issues. Let them go to wherever they think they can go with their report. We don't need them again.
All right. Let's leave it there. Many thanks, Chris, for your insights on the front pages of the newspapers. We're back after this. Do stay with us. Welcome back. This is a morning show here on Signature TV. It's 8:30 a.m. on the 2nd of May 2025. Charles here. I hope you're good. So today we're looking into waste management in Nigeria with a specific thinking around ENUGU State as it concerns ESWAMA. Of course, you know ESWAMA is the body that is mandated to, take away waste and do with it what it seems to be the disposing waste in ENUGU State. So we'll look at everything that has to do with waste and also bring you up to speed as what your relevance is when it comes to waste management. We have with us in the studio Joshua Ozioko. He is the head public relations ESWAMA. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here.
How do you do?
Well, I am good. Thank God for the rain last night. At least the weather is cool this morning, and we are up and going.
Okay, so just go straight to the point, because again, there's nobody that doesn't know what waste management is. There's no home, in fact, that doesn't produce waste management. There's no office that doesn't produce waste management. Everybody's conversant with what waste management is. I'm not too sure everybody does, but let's hear from you. What for you is waste management?
Waste management, simply put, is the way you bring out waste, because like you said, every office, every endeavor, even in your workplace, in your business place, you generate waste. The process of you managing that waste, the process of you generating that waste, knowing what to do after that waste is being generated, and then disposing it properly, that is waste management.
What is the proper way of disposing waste?
Okay, the proper way of disposing waste, once this waste is being generated, you bag your waste. Get a nylon bag, ESWAMA bag preferably. That's what we recommend. You get ESWAMA bag, put your waste inside the bag, and then dispose inside the waste dump. Then from there, we'll now take it up. So, but you find out that most times it doesn't happen that way. People just get their waste, dispose it anyhow, even on the floor, on the road, anywhere they see. You are walking along the road, you see waste being dropped all around the city. This is making a mess of the city.
Where did they get these bags from? Because again, so many persons will say the bags are usually inadequate.
ESWAMA, we sell ESWAMA bag, and then we have some other retailers out there that do sell, but we always advise people to get from us because ours is more durable, right? So you may get from outside, you may try to bag your waste and then the thing will tear, but we make sure we go to these producers, give them the specification that we want, and then they produce for us. So when you buy from us and then you bag your waste, you are sure that once you tie the bag, once it gets filled up and then you tie it, then you are sure that you are disposing it the proper way. So we sell this bag, and the one we sell is more durable. But then if for any reason you cannot afford the one we sell, make sure it is in a bag, any bag at all. Though we recommend the ESWAMA bag, but then for any reason, maybe you run out of it and then you cannot immediately get hold of it, get any bag at all. Put this waste and dispose, but make sure it is in a bag and that bag is tied, and then you dispose.
How much is this bag, and what's the duration of this usage, so to speak? Are they durable? Are they something you could use in one day, in 2 weeks, in 1 month?
The bag, 20 pieces of it costs 2,000 naira, right? So it is a one-off thing. Once you get one of it, but I assure you, if you get one of these bags, it may serve you for 1 week, because you will not just generate waste today, pour it and then go and dispose. You can keep the bag, just be putting your waste until it is filled up to the point that you can tie the bag. Once it gets to the point where you can tie, you just tie and then you dispose. So it is not something you just maybe you finish cooking today, you say, okay, I have waste from the leaf, from the vegetable and all that, you pour it and then you go and dispose. No, you can just get the bag, keep it even for 2 weeks, depending on the volume of waste that you are generating.
So what are the dangers of not properly disposing waste?
One, the danger is that it is a very health hazard stuff. If you don't bag your waste and dispose properly, rodents are out there. They carry these things from one point to the other, and the disease If you don't bag your waste, people living around where that waste is being disposed indiscriminately, they are the risk of contracting diseases, because flies will come, perch on those things, carry it to maybe someone's house, perch on someone's food, you eat the food, and then you contract disease. And then the odor that is coming out of the waste, if it is not properly bagged, if you bag your waste, you discover everywhere will be clean. You will not perceive any foul smell. But go to areas where people dispose their waste indiscriminately, you perceive an offensive odor that is dangerous to the health. So one or two of the dangers is that, one, people contract diseases. Two, it defaces the environment. If you are passing along a street where you have illegal waste dump, look at how the environment is. Look at how untidy that environment is. It defaces that environment. But if you bag your waste, drop it at the designated waste dump, everywhere is cleaned up. So it makes the environment to be clean if you bag properly and dispose properly. But if you don't, everywhere is messed up. When it rains, the one on the ground, the flood can push it to the gutters, and then it causes blockage, and then flooding starts. So that is another danger. If you don't bag properly, when it rains, like we are already in the rainy season now, the rains will carry it, block the drainages, and then flooding starts. People start complaining, oh, we are facing flood and all that. But this was people's attitude. They caused it to themselves. But then they will start shouting and complaining. So these are the dangers of not properly bagging waste and disposing wastes.
What are the challenges of waste management generally in Enugu State?
The challenges that we face in waste management, one is that we have the issue of scavengers. Oftentimes, these scavengers, they go to our waste bins, they lose part of the waste bins because we have compactor trucks. Now, when the compactor trucks comes to our waste bin, they use the equipment. There is a hook by the side of the waste bin. So once they put the machine, it is easier for them to lift it up, dispose inside the truck. Now, but what these scavengers do is that once they come, they will lose that handle, and then it makes the compactor truck, it makes it very impossible for the compactor truck to lift that bin and then dispose. What now happens is that the crewmen, you will now see them using shovel and baskets to pack the waste instead of the compactor truck coming, lifting it up, disposing. And then what happens is that it delays the time. Because if the compactor truck can lift that waste, dispose it inside the truck, it saves time, it costs time. If it will take the truck 5 minutes to clear a particular location, if it can lift that bin. Now, if it cannot do that, if the crewman has to do that, it may take them 15 to 20 or 30 minutes to clear an area. You can imagine if they have 5 areas to clear that morning, and this happens in all these areas. That means before they will clear these 5 areas, it is in the evening. And then people will be saying, somehow you people are not disposing, you've not cleared that area. These are the challenges that we face. Scavengers come, even as we are telling people to bag their wastes, this scavenger will come, tear the bags where they are looking for recyclables, where they are looking for PET bottles. In fact, we have one of them that we arrested. He's in the police custody. I think he will be taken to court either today or so, because the state government is already frowning at it. We cannot be telling people bag your waste. Somebody will get the bag the waste, go and dispose, and then you come and tear everything, push everything on the ground. Sometimes our men will come, dispose. Before you come back 5, 10 minutes, 30 minutes later, you will not believe that something was done there that morning, because these guys will just come, tear everything, and then they go. And then secondly, our people, when we say people should pay for their bills, it is because of the services that we render. But when people do not pay, it is another challenge that we face, because these are trucks. We buy diesel. Anybody that uses diesel will know how much a liter of diesel costs. We pay our crewmen, we pay our drivers. So, but when people refuse to pay, it makes it almost impossible for us to carry out our duties, because we cannot generate money that we can pay our crewmen, we can buy diesel for the trucks and all that. So that is another challenge that we are facing. People are not complying when you tell them to pay. People are not complying when you ask them to bag their waste before disposal. They will think, no, nobody has to tell me how to dispose my waste. It is my waste. I generate it, so I have the right to dispose it anyhow I want it to, anyhow I want to. So these are the challenges that we face in waste disposal. Even where we have waste bin, people refuse to make use of the waste bins. They will prefer, no, the waste bin is maybe not in front of my house, so let me just drop it anywhere I wish to. If they like, let them come and evacuate. If they don't like, let them leave them there. You are not doing it for Eswama, you are doing it for your health. So, but people have failed to realize this. So they feel they are doing us more favor than they do to themselves. But no, if you dump waste in front of your house, when diseases come, it is not Eswama, it is you that is there that will contract this disease, and then you can transfer it to someone else in your family. And then the money that you don't have, you have used to buy gare for the family, you are using to run around from one hospital to the other to treat infections and diseases that you brought on yourself. So these are the challenges we face in waste management.
You mentioned that scavengers come in and lose some equipment in your equipment, and then they move with it. What do they use it for?
They sell it off.
As what?
Scrap.
To who?
We don't know. So there are some people they sell it to, but most times when we arrest them, they will fail to disclose the identity of the people they buy from. I talked about losing parts of it. They even steal. They steal our waste bins.
They steal the waste bin itself?
Yes, because it is galvanized iron. So they come, they press it, they press it down, and then they use this big Monday hammer, just press it in down. It will be just very small like this, and then they'll put it in their bag, or they'll put it in their truck, and then they'll push it away. They'll go and sell it off as scrap. So these are the challenges that we face. You come to an area where you have waste bin today, come back tomorrow, no waste bin is there. If they don't lose the tire, if they don't lose the handle, they will lose the cover. I was passing along ENUGU Road 2 days ago. I saw the cover of one of our waste bins. It is already falling off. I had to call the office. I said, please go and carry that, because if you wait till the next day, you will not meet it there. They will just carry it, put it in their truck, and then off they go. They will go and sell it as scrap. So these are the challenges.
But again, is there no way we could handle this issue? Because the person who buys and the person who sells are in it.
Exactly.
They know where it's coming from.
Exactly.
So what can Eswama do in such a way to make sure that the person who even buys would ask the person who is selling, this thing you got, I can't buy it because I know you must have stolen it from somewhere, because people don't just go and buy that kind of thing from the market to sell to you as scraps.
We have started sensitization on media stations that if you see if you see someone tampering with Eswama properties, just raise an alarm. Alert us or alert the law enforcement agents. Few months ago, we arrested an 18-tire truck carrying some of these things. And that truck stayed almost more than 6 months in our office. It was impounded by the state government, by the tax force from the state, not even from Eswama. Now they impounded that truck when they were loading some of these items, and then it was brought to our station. The driver, the owner of everybody was arrested. Those things were released after some sanctions were given to both the seller and the buyer. So we have started sensitization on the media houses, informing people that if you see anybody tampering with any Eswama material, please alert us or alert the law enforcement agents. We've already informed the law enforcement agents to be on the lookout for us. We already tell people, take ownership of our materials in your place. If you allow people to come and steal, they are doing you harm, not Eswama. It is true that we may have to spend money that we would have used to bring these materials in another location to replace the one or to fix the one that was damaged. But if you take ownership of these items or materials, when you see somebody tampering with them, you raise alarm, the person will run away. You are safeguarding your environment, because if they steal the bin or steal part of it, and we are unable to evacuate the waste due to the unavailability or because the waste bin has been tampered with, you are the one to suffer, not Eswama. We are just creating an economic loss on us, but the immediate consequence is on people living around that vicinity.
Do you think putting a complete ban on scavengers would do a lot good?
There is a ban already by the state government.
There is?
But yes, there is. That is why, even yes, as at yesterday, some persons were also arrested. We do arrest them every day. But you know, these things happen especially in the nights. Most times it don't go in the daytime. It happens in the night. Any day we see any scavenger, you see these people that are carrying bag, that are picking pet bottles, we do arrest them. Come to our office, you see lots of these items that were confiscated from these people. But you know, in the night, maybe from 12:01, when they feel okay, these people, they are no more around, they will go out, do these things, and then they'll return back. But what we did recently, we were moving around with our task force. We spotted some of their locations where they keep these things. We went there and carried everything, carried those of them that we saw, because others ran away. So there is a ban already on scavengers from the state government, not even from SOMA, for you to see how serious the activities are. So, but people, most times, like I say, they do it in the night when they feel, oh, nobody can catch us again. Maybe they've all gone to sleep. But in the daytime, the activities are very much minimized to the barest minimum. But they do these things in the night. So for a ban, there is a ban already.
I'm not sure I've heard that ban. I mean, if there is.
There is, from the state government, not from SOMA.
Like,
but
when did that ban happen?
That was last year.
Last year?
Yeah, last year.
Because I mean, during the day,
I think around September or so.
I see them a lot. Well, not necessarily a lot, but I see them. Those people that carry bag, looking all tattered and dirty.
Once they see our task force team, they take off. They don't. I myself, I've caught some of them. Maybe I'm walking, maybe I'm on supervision or something, I'm driving, and then I see them. Once I stop, before the vehicle could stop, they've taken to their hands. Sometimes they leave their bag and then they run away. So they are doing it, their eyes are like this, because they know that once we catch them, they are going to the state CID. The government, Peter Mba, the governor of Enugu State, wants someone to be jailed because you tampered with SOMA property. He wants to hear that somebody is in prison. That's why I told you a few minutes ago that someone will be tried at the court, because we arrested the person, tampered with the item, he was arrested, and then that is what the governor wants to hear, that somebody is in jail because he tampered with SOMA properties. So that is how serious it is. So if we catch any of them, it is a criminal offense, and the state government is not giving a blink on it. The person will be seriously prosecuted.
Okay, so how do people who see them call you? Because again, what if someone randomly sees them in places where maybe your task force may not have gotten to? How do they reach out to you?
We have a phone number where people can get us. You report. That number is also on WhatsApp. It is 0813 553 4440. 0813 553 4440. So once you see them, you can take a picture and then forward to us. That number is our WhatsApp number as well. You can give us a call. That call comes to me directly to my office. I take the call, I receive it, and then we act on it swiftly. We just place a call to our teams out on the field, and then they rush there, and then they do the needful.
Okay, so how much is it for SWAMA payment for a house? I know it's different for houses, for offices, and there are people who have also complained that when you go to a place where people default, that you tend to arrest people, the individuals, people that you just find, and then go with them and keep them. So when they pay, that's when they now release the people. I don't understand. Can you explain those processes?
For a 3-bedroom flat, the pay is 6,000 naira per year.
Per year?
Per year. 6,000 naira per year.
For a 3-bedroom flat?
Yes.
3-bedroom flat?
3-bedroom flat.
For 1 year?
For 1 year, 6,000 naira.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
So you see that's how cheap it is compared with the service that we render. Right now, 2-bedroom flat is 4,800 per year.
Not per month.
Not per month, per year. But what happens that currently we are on debt recovery exercise. So if you are paying now, unless you have the evidence of payments for 2023 and 2024, you will pay for the 2 years. That is, we are on debt recovery exercise because the current state government, they don't want anybody. It is the government's money, not SOMA money. So these things go to the government. So once you are not able to show evidence of payment, you pay for 2 years, right? But for the payment, I said it is for 1 year, not 1 month. But people will say, it is too much. If you divide 6,000 by 12 months, you know how much it is. It's
I'm
nothing.
even shocked that
it is nothing.
6,000.
It is 6,000 for 3-bedroom flats. If you are living in one room, it is 2,000 naira. So that is SOMA
for every single property, whether it is located in Independence layout or Achara layout or
regardless of the location. If it is a bungalow is 12,000. Duplex is 18,000. Yeah, for 1 year.
Okay.
Regardless of the location.
Okay. So talk us through this particular practice of arresting people in their houses when they don't pay.
So what happens is that if you get a SOMA demand notice, it is always written on it that pay before 7 days to avoid penalty. So if a demand notice is brought to your compound and you fail to pay within 7 days, SOMA can come for enforcement. And then coming for enforcement, you know, I said earlier, it is difficult for some people to pay for services they enjoy, right? Especially Africans. It is difficult for us to put our hands in our pockets, pay for the services that we enjoy. We always want someone to force us before we can pay.
You can't really say. You can't
some people anyway.
Okay.
Some people. Yeah. So if after 7 days you've not made your payments, we can come for enforcement. And then that enforcement, it involves arrest. We bring the person to the office, and then either you make that payment that day, or you sign an undertaking that, okay, please, tomorrow or the next, I will come and make payment. We'll let the person go. But then, if you are making that payment, you have to pay for penalty, because we've come for the enforcement, right? We've bought fuel, equipped the bus. I mean, came with maybe some policemen and the logistics and everything. So you have to pay for penalty. It is written on the demand notice that was issued to you. So it is not that, no, I didn't know. So the only thing is, once you get a demand notice and you know for one reason or the other, you cannot pay within that 7 days, just make an appeal back. Please, these 7 days, maybe something happened, I will not be able to pay. We can reach an agreement with you. You can sign an undertaking, and then we'll let you go. We'll know, okay, you are paying after 8 days, you are paying after 9 days, you are paying after 2 weeks, and then we reach that an agreement, you sign an undertaking, we can allow you. But for you to get a demand notice, and then it is written that you should pay within 7 days to avoid penalty, and you refuse to pay and you just keep quiet, you can come for enforcement. And then anybody that we see, any adult, not a child, any adult from 18 years, we can take the person. Why we are taking the person is for the person to be able to pay. Once you pay, we'll release you, or you sign an undertaking that, okay, give me 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, I will make payment, and then we'll let you go.
So does the penalty come with stiffer measures?
It's just 2,000 naira penalty.
For penalty, 2,000 naira.
2,000 naira.
But how these stories I'm hearing about people paying up to 150,000 naira
for penalty?
Not penalty, like 200,000 naira for SWAMA.
You know, if you come to a compound, like I said, we are collecting for 2 years currently, right? So if you come to a compound that has 1 to 3 story building, 3-bedroom flats each, and you give them bill for 2 years, if you multiply 6,000 by that 2 years and the number of block of flats in that building, some building they will have 1 to 3 story building, and then they have a BQ. So when you multiply the bill for that entire compound, you discover that most times it's above 100,000. And then people will be shouting, hey, it is too much. They will not tell you that it is a bill of 2 years. You will think it is a bill of 1 month. If not that I explained, you didn't know that 6,000 is for 1 year. You were thinking it's for 1 month. So, but people, that's a misconception. People, they will not tell you it is a bill for 2 years. They will say, no, they gave us 120, they gave us 100, they gave us. It is a bill for 2 years, not for 1 month, not even for 1 year. Because we calculate for the buildings, for the structures inside that compound, and then we come up with that bill. Everything is in our system. You go www.eswama.net, you see your bill on the system, and then you can check your bill by yourself. Not anybody telling you, okay, this is your bill. You log into our website, you can check your bill by yourself.
How is that?
When you go to our website, you see a place where it is written, check your bill. You click on it, enter your house address, and then you check your bill.
Just enter your house address?
Yes, you can check your bill.
You guys have everybody's house address in that
We have done enumeration.
Yeah.
So when you come to our office, you open our system, we show you the picture of your building.
Wow.
That is what we do now. So if you are saying, no, I live in a BQ, you people are telling me to pay for 3-bedroom flat, you say, okay, don't worry. What's your address? You tell us your address. Is it not your building? Some people have come, they gave me this, they said I should pay this. We open the system. Is it not your building? They keep quiet. We have the pictures of every building, the areas where we have captured in our system. So once you come, you are making payment. The first thing we do is to call up for the picture of your building. Is this not your building? You confirm it's your building, and then we say this is your building. You are seeing everything in the system. We are not doing any hidden stuff. Everything is there in the system because buildings have been captured.
Mm. I heard that you people are embarking on the house-to-house,
door-to-door picking of waste.
So how's that going to work?
Currently, it is already working. We are just fortifying it. We have some tricycles that we've got, and then we've deployed them to some areas to start going from house to house. Because one thing we discovered that this is one of the measures that can curb the activities of these scavengers. If these people, since they have started, they are hell-bent on stealing or tampering with our waste bin, so we now said, okay, fine, let households get SMR buckets, place it in front of your house. If you have this bucket, if you have your bag, get your waste, bag it, drop it inside your bin. Our tricycle will be moving around and will be picking. They will come to your house, they carry the waste in your buckets, pour it in the tricycle, they drop your bucket, move to the next compound, pick the waste also, drop in their tricycle and move. They will now go to our big waste bin, 25 cubic meter waste bin. That one, the scavengers cannot carry it.
Yeah.
Before you carry it, you look for a higher.
That the pictures of the.
Yes, that's the tricycle. These are the new ones that we got recently. We are putting them together. We have ones also. We have the ones that we've deployed already. That are already working in some areas like some estates in GRA. We have Zoo Estates, Coast City Garden, Fidelity Estates. Then for Transikulu area, we have Winners Estate, we have Avery Estate. Then we have New GRA, Green Roof Estate, and then some hotels in Independence Layout. Then we also cover major areas in MNA and then Bentel Estate. Then also in the Centenary City, we're also doing door-to-door evacuation of waste there right now. So these ones you are seeing now, once we are done coupling them, fixing them, we'll deploy them to other areas. One is that it will save both you and us the time. You don't need to go to any waste bin to dispose. We come right in front of your house. These estates that I mentioned, go to these estates, you see their waste bin, 240 liters in front of their houses. All you need to do every morning, the days that we are coming, I think 2-3 times every week, we come pick the waste, drop, put in the tricycle, move to the next compound, carry them, put in. Once the tricycle gets filled up, they go to the 25 cubic meter waste bin, drop it there. Then the big truck will come there and evacuate.
So the waste bin for this household, does it come with a cost?
Yes, you have to get the waste bin. The price is 85,000 naira. Come to our office, you buy, keep it in front of you. It is your property. Even if you are moving from where you are living to the other, you carry it. It is your property. So you own it. All you need to do, if you are scared, maybe someone will steal it. Maybe in the night, you carry it, put it just very close to your house. It has a cover, it has a tire, you just roll it, and then you safeguard it. In the morning, you bring it out so that the operators with the tricycle can easily come and then evacuate.
I understand that you were just specific with the places for the meantime, which is
for the
estates.
meantime, for the estate.
Because you sure security is within the estates.
It's within the estate.
Maybe from time on.
Yes, that like the ones you are seeing now that we just got. These tricycles were delivered. Today is Friday. Last week Friday. They were just delivered. No, they were delivered this week. I think on Tuesday. They were delivered on Tuesday, and as we speak, they are 70% ready. As we speak.
For deployment.
For deployment. So once they are 100% ready for deployment, we've got people already that will drive like 60% of the tricycles. We've got people already. We placed an ad few months ago for tricycle drivers. So people have applied, and then we've picked the people that we feel they can do this. So once these ones are ready now, we'll deploy them to other areas. So but we cannot come for door-to-door evacuation of waste if you don't have the SMR bucket, because you cannot just bring one small nylon you want to throw inside the tricycle. No, we want these things to be harmonized. Get get the Esoma bag, put your waste, put it in your own waste bin. We come, we just carry the waste bin, your own waste bin, offload everything in the tricycle, and then the tricycle goes, leave your waste bin for you. And then we move to the next compound, we do it for that area. So we are also encouraging people, this is what we intend to do, not only for estates, but for the residents. So get your waste bin, put it in front of your house, make use of it, the tricycle will come, and then evacuate your waste.
So this is for people who are in the estate. What about those who have isolated buildings, who are not living within the estate? Can they purchase
that is what
this
that
bin?
is what I'm saying. We are already sensitizing people already about this. We are doing it not just for the estates but for other areas that are not estates. So but you must have to buy the bin, the 240 liters bin.
So you say it's 80,000 naira.
85.
85. So it's a must. If you
It's
don't
a
buy
must.
it,
We cannot evacuate for you.
Come
Yes.
and
Yes.
So the person stays with the way and manner that they dispose their own waste.
Yeah, you still have waste bin around you, but if we start the door-to-door evacuation of waste in any area, we retrieve the waste bin that is there. The tricycles, they know where we have the 25 cubic meter waste bins, the bigger ones. So once they evacuate, they go there and dispose. So if we start in this your streets, you won't see any of the smaller bins around. The tricycles will come, pick from from people's compound, and then go to the bigger ones and then dispose. So we are starting it in all the streets. It's a gradual. This is a pilot scheme. It has never happened in Enugu before. So this we are just test running it, and then we've seen that it is working. From this estate, it is working. So from the estates now, we are moving out gradually with these new tricycles that we just brought in.
That's an interesting move, really. So sometimes in my mind, I keep asking, all this waste you people are, accumulating, where do you take it to? Do you recycle it? Will we have that facility? Do you go and throw it, or is it the one we see that going where people burn it and then it goes off? What is the process?
The ENUGU Onyama you see is where we dispose currently. And the government of Enugu State is working on having a recycling plant. That plan is in top gear, right? Okay. So once that plant is ready, all the waste that you see, you take it to the recycling plant and then they will be recycled. Now we tell people that currently, people don't know that the waste they generate, they can make money from it. If in your house, these things that these scavengers they do pick, the PET bottles, the canned drinks, even the pure water sachet. I've gone to Steady in Akuke here, and if you see what they produce with this pure water sachet that you just dispose anyhow, you'll be amazed.
Are you serious?
Yes, all these plastic buckets, plastic plates, and all that. Here in Enugu, they produce it with the pure water sachet that you dispose indiscriminately. Anyhow, you feel no, this thing is nothing. You just finish drinking. They manufacture plastics, buckets, plates with this pure water sachet that you dispose indiscriminately. So if in your house you consume canned drink, plastic bottle, water, plastic bottled water, you can keep those things. You can sell to the people that buy. Instead of taking them to the waste bin and then allow the scavengers to come and tear the bag. If they come to a waste bin and they don't find those things, they won't be coming again. Because you have learned, first of all, to separate, to sort the waste. That is waste sorting. You generate, okay, this one is plastic, this one is nylon. You separate everything so that you can sell by yourself and you make money. So, but currently, like I said, the state government is working on having a recycling plant where these waste that we are generating, that we are disposing, will be recycled. And then the government, of course, will be making a huge amount of money from that. But currently, we dispose there and then it's been taken care of.
What's the plan like in terms of payment? How do people pay to ESWAMA? What's the account? Because, I mean, we've seen people say they pay to people's accounts, personal accounts, and all of those things.
If you want to make payments, currently, we are working with the ENUGU State Internal Revenue Service. They are the ones, we are collaborating with them. They are collecting sanitation rates from residents on our behalf, right? So we have e-ticketing agents. Each of these agents has a designated government account created for them, specifically for this. So each of these agents, they have streets allocated to them. You are in charge of distributing demand notice. You are in charge of getting the money. You are in charge of enforcement should they fail to pay. And then once you are done with your streets, you remit everything you've done, you can be assigned another street. Right? So the agents will come, give you your demand notice, and then you pay to the agents. But note that you must see an ENSG attached to the account name. They were doing Ako Microfinance Bank. Recently, I was told they are switching to Wema Bank. So, but you must see ENSG is ENUGU State Government. So they cannot, these banks cannot create any other account with ENSG if it's not for the purpose of sanitation rates for ESWAMA. So they will give you the account number, but it must have ENSG and then the agent's name, the account number, and then the bank. If it doesn't have ENSG, please don't pay. It must have ENSG, ENUGU State Government, for you to know it is authentic. And then that is specifically for that agent. You pay to that account. But if you are paying for corporate bodies, banks, schools, churches, and all that, you come to our office with your demand notice, and then we generate an government account that you can pay in directly to the government. These account numbers, it is not what you can stay in the comfort of your home and say, okay, please generate an account number for. They expire after 10 minutes. Oh, wow. Right? They are very automatic. You can generate, and then someone wants to pay, and then maybe there is network issue. After 10 minutes, it expires. You have to generate another account. So, but that one you pay directly to the government account. But if you are paying for residential, you pay to the e-ticket agent. If you are paying for corporate bodies, corporate businesses, you come, we generate the account number, and then you pay to the state government directly through e-Transat and other e-payment platforms, Remitter and all that.
Through Remitter?
Yeah, we pay also through Remitter.
Oh, okay.
e-Transat also.
Oh, that is to the state
and
government.
And Flutterwave, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. It's important, so people know, who they're paying it to. You can't pay to any
no, you cannot
individual.
Pay to any
somebody
individual.
Cannot assist you to pay.
No, and we don't collect cash. If you are coming to office to pay, we don't collect cash. If the e-ticketing agents, if they wish to collect cash, that is their own wahala. But for us, once you are coming to office, it is boldly written on our gates. You do not pay cash to anybody. Because Peter Mba doesn't want to hear, okay, I was coming with money, I paid, and it is not complete. No, you are making a transfer, or you are paying with your card. You don't pay cash to nobody. Will collect cash from you from ESWAMA. I mean, if you are giving cash to anybody on the field, please go and help me and pay. Maybe you've bought lunch for that person, because that money, stories can come in, and then I gave to this person, or is your staff. Nobody said you should give to anybody. Don't pay yourself, so that you can be accountable for your actions. You can know where your money has gone to. Not that you gave to this person to pay and then stories has come in. No, nobody wants to hear that story.
So do you people have some sort of partnership with the private sector, and to what extent is this partnership working for ESWAMA?
The only private sector that we partner are the media, right, currently. That is not to say that if you are outside the media and you have something that will benefit the both organizations, that we cannot partner. But currently, the ones that we are in partner with are the media, because they give us coverage, they give us publicity. So instead of getting them to pay for their sanitation rates, we give them subsidies and all that, and then we partner with them, and then it's working for both organizations. But if you're outside the environment, for instance, if you can do waste bin, these 25 cubic meters, you can design it, you can work, you can produce one, and you have, once we assess it and then the material is okay, the stuff you produce is okay, why not? We can go into partnership with you. We can give you some subsidy. We can say, okay, instead of paying this amount, okay, pay this amount because of this that you've done. If it's working out, fine.
So so what kind of partnership, for instance, would you be looking out for, especially from a private sector beyond just the media?
Like I said, I use the bin for an instance. If you can produce waste bin, if you can produce disposable bags, if you can produce even the smaller bins, if there are other services that you can render to us that you feel, oh, we need your service, why not come up with your people? Do come up with proposals. We'll go through them, study the proposals, and then if we see that, okay, something will come out of it, we can now go into partnership.
Are you people well funded? Because a lot of persons have said that some of your trucks really look bad, and it's largely because of, I mean, look at the monies that you guys are even taking. It looks like it's small, but again, some persons feel that you are not funded really well and that you could do well with funding. Is that true?
We fund our activities. Then with the one that
your
the state government
S1 fund your activities.
Yes, with the one that the state governments are giving to us to supplement what we have. Now the trucks that you see, they are not really owned by SOMA. They are owned by third-party agents, right? They entered into an agreement with the state government, and we don't own them directly. They are owned by third-party agents.
Okay.
So most times we have to quarrel with them. When they presented these trucks for inspection, they were all good-looking, and then we later discovered some of them, maybe they went painted one old truck, brought it just for inspection, and then we said, okay, fine, you are good to go and start work. And then few months after that, you see them breaking down. And we've had to disengage some of them that we discover, no, you've been disappointing, because sometimes you see them stop on the road, they get stuck on the road, they remain there for days, and then the area that person is supposed to work on is very littered and messed up, and the governor, each time he's passing any street and he see that, he stops, puts a call to us, and until we get there, he doesn't leave. Until we get there and he's seeing that we're evacuating before he leaves. So Peter Mba doesn't want to see any death. That's why currently we also want to start night evacuation. We want that when you wake up in the morning, you are coming to work, everywhere is cleaned up. Because the governor doesn't see any little death and then he keeps quiet. No, he puts a call across to us and then he wants to be there, and then we come for evacuation before he leaves. So that is what we are doing currently.
Fantastic. Joshua Oshoko, many thanks for your time and your analysis on the activities of SWAMA in Enugu State. He is a head public relations SWAMA. Many thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. We're back shortly after this, to stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News.
It's May 2nd, just a day after May Day. All across the country, we heard about the demands of the NLC and the TUC, all lamenting so many state governments have not done the consequential adjustments. Some have not even adjusted with the current minimum wage, and the request has been on and on for a while now. We have Fabian Wibo, who is NLC chairman in Enugu State. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right. It's interesting, really. It's in fact even shocking that you demanded for the consequential adjustments for the Enugu State government to implement. Can you talk us through that? Is it that the Enugu State government has not really done what it's supposed to do regarding that?
All right, thank you. I don't know why it should be shocking anyway, but because we just made a demand, we tried to, clear the grounds, ask government to do the needful. Minimum wage goes with consequential adjustments. That's why they said minimum wage and consequential adjustment. It's just like a husband and wife. So where you pay minimum wage without consequential adjustment is as good as you have a husband without a wife, a man without a wife rather, or a woman without a husband. So but when you pay minimum wage with consequential adjustment, the couple are complete. So in ENUGU, we have a minimum wage that is higher than the national minimum wage of 70,000. We receive 80,000 in ENUGU, but the consequential adjustment is not part of the minimum wage, and that is what we are asking for. We are saying that the man is here, is ready for marriage, but there's no wife. So the consequential adjustment is not part of the chart we have in ENUGU, and that's what we pray the government to reconsider its position and the address. And that was contained in our address to the government yesterday, for the people.
Are you saying that the minimum wage has not been implemented?
Minimum wage has been implemented. I've just explained to you how it goes, or how you see how minimum wage is paid. You have minimum wage and consequential adjustment. We have received minimum wage in it, which has been paid. It started from day one, the payment, but the consequential adjustment is not there. So you cannot say that minimum wage is not paid. What we're saying is consequential adjustment. They are not the same thing.
Okay, but has the NLC made some engagements with the state government? What is the state government saying about it?
Okay, yes. After the commencement of the minimum wage last year, we noticed that there is no consequential adjustment on the chart. And we wrote to the government. We notified the government of our observation in writing. But for now, we have not heard from the government. We're still optimistic and waiting that the government will react to our observations.
Another demand that I saw that's quite interesting is the 65 years old increase in terms of retirement. What informed that premise?
Yes, the organized labor is looking at it from the point that workers today are not well remunerated. A lot of workers are very young and up and doing. Some youths who have seen what's happening in the system are not interested in coming in. Those who want to come in are only coming in just to take the little pay and use it to while away their time, while they wait for a greener pasture. So the organized labor is saying, since you have started extending the teaching class, the teaching staff, they have extended their own. The medical and allied practitioners, they've extended their own. And they say, since you started extending, and we have people who are still very young in the system, like some of us have very few years to leave the service, while we are at their prime age, that you can extend the period of service from 35 years used to be to 40 or 60 to 65 years, as the case may be. 35 years to 40 in service, or 60 or 65 years of age, whichever that comes first. So a lot of things was considered. The persons in the system, age, those who are coming in, their interests and their performance, and so on.
But I mean, there are people who will also say that 65 is too much an age. I mean, we're saying that staying much more longer than 60, wouldn't it mean that we would be stopping people from entering the workforce, younger people, from getting in there?
That is, for me, it's an unheard sentiment, because as we speak today, most of the states have 1,001 opportunities to engage. They have not. The same thing at the federal level. You find out that most of the states had what we call general recruitment about 20-25 years ago. All you see is pockets of recruitment, 2 persons, 3 persons that know the governor or the deputy governor or the SLC that will come in. But there's what we call general recruitment, where you recruit across cadre. That has not been done in so many states. And if you recruited 25 25, 30 years ago. What it means is that those recruited at that time are either, most of them are either out of the service or will be leaving the service in the next 1 or 2 years. So it's not the issue of blocking people from coming in. It's the issue of government not even interested in recruiting people as old ones retires. So, and I tell you, if you get 65 years of age, most people would leave per years in service, not even age. Most young workers that came in as a very young person will leave through retirement by service. That's 40 years instead of 65 years. That's the truth.
Another major issue is the minimum wage itself. I'm talking about the 70,000 minimum wage. We've seen that the NLC is saying that that amount has been railroaded by inflation. I don't know how to put this, but do you think that the government has a capacity to increase or to reduce the minimum wage so it reflects the inflationary, method or the inflationary, numbers that we have today?
Definitely, every government in this country, every state, subnational governments, national, have the capacity to expand, to increase the minimum wage. Of course, they know that what they give to what they call minimum wage is, like I said yesterday in my speech, that they say it's a take home, but they can't take anybody to the bus stop. They know that it's grossly inadequate. A family of 3, because at least husband, wife, and a child, at least, that receives 70,000 naira minimum wage. What can that do? What can that do? Electricity tariff have been hiked. Communication tariff hiked. Everything. Fuel, gas, transportation. If you have even 200,000 naira as the minimum, what can that do for you? And the same people saying that you're asking whether they have capacity or not capacity. You see the way they move around the countries of the world, spend days, weeks, spend billions on a single individual. And most times when they're leaving, they travel with troops. You find out that one trip to France or to Germany can pay the workers in the country up to 1 year or more. So if you don't have money to pay workers, why do you have to go on these frivolities? So there's money, and there's money. If you look at what is happening, the way they carry themselves, the political class, you find out that they have money. The challenge is that I think they think that if they start paying workers well, that will become of equal, or will begin to compete. I don't know what the problems are. I don't know. Ordinarily, no worker in Nigeria should earn less than 400,000 naira, going by the present condition of our economy. And then the country have the capacity to do that. If you look at the quantum of expenditure running here and there at that class, you find out that they can afford to pay if they become prudent in what they do. Take ENUGU State, for instance, the quantum of activities going on, infrastructure-wise and so on and so forth. You find out that if any state decides to manage its resources well, there's nothing they cannot do. You can see the level of infrastructure going on in ENUGU State that we have never seen before. It goes to tell you about prudence, it goes to tell you about management, it goes to tell you about somebody who is serious with his business. So if all of them decides to be serious, decides to do the correct thing, they will be able to pay workers and still do all these great jobs they are doing, those who have agreed to do, like my own state.
I mean, the argument would be that the amount of monies that Kebbi, for instance, receives, or Ebonyi or Bayelsa receives, is not the same thing as what Lagos receives, Anambra receives, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers. Those are states you could say, well, based on their pedigree, based on their antecedents, based on the resources, within the IGR and monies that they receive from FARC, you could say that they could hold their own. But it's not the same thing with some of these other states. Do you think that each state should negotiate their own minimum wage?
No, minimum wage this is a national issue. You cannot negotiate individually. Again, you're mentioning Lagos. If you compare workers in Lagos and that of Ebonyi, the workers in Lagos will be about 20 times the workers in Ebonyi. Yes. So again, I've used the ENUGU state as an instance. Nobody knows that ENUGU can, within 2 years, that we could see the level of infrastructure of sin. It's about management. It's about being honest to whatever you're doing. It's about being real. What we have seen in ENUGU is an eye-opener. Not just to ENUGU people. People outside who are coming in here are giving testimonies to this effect. What's going on? Where is the money coming from? That tells you that you have a good manager, that the money is there. And there's money in Ebonyi, there's money in ENUGU, there's money in Rivers. The most you can say, and even if you look at the terrain, if you decide to compare everything, you'll find out that what it will cost to construct a kilometer of road in Rivers, we do 10 in ENUGU. We do 10 in Ebonyi. And so on. So God knows the way He designed all these things. Because of their topography, I mean. And so most of these states you think they are earning high revenue, they have high responsibilities. Those of them you think are not earning up to what the other people are earning, they also have their own responsibility within their own limitations. So what is important is being honest, being prudent. If His Excellency decides to do the magic He has done in infrastructure in ENUGU, if He decides to do that magic in the workers' welfare, He can still do. Of course, He's doing some. He have done some. We have enjoyed some. When it's a 5,000 Awards award, nobody knew it was possible. Until He started to do, and He did it for 1 full year. And seamlessly joined minimum, even started to pay more than what is approved nationally. So it depends on who is manning the affairs of a particular state.
Right. I mean, you've just acknowledged that, yes, that these states have small states with small responsibility, big states with big responsibility. So apart from the national minimum wage, wouldn't it be nice for states to, negotiate minimum wage with workers based on their strengths and their capacity?
I didn't get the question clear.
You've just acknowledged that, I mean, Lagos and River States, based on their capacity, that's how they do their jobs. And every state is not as big as Lagos or River State. So if you say that, so why wouldn't you say the same thing with negotiating based on the capacity of each state, as it were?
No, that's taking care of. I mean, if you are listening to me very well, I will tell you that Lagos that have higher revenue, that the workers are outnumbers in any other states, not workers in any other state. So, Ebonyi State or ENUGU or Abia or Imo may have recruited the number of staff they can pay any amount they are supposed to pay ordinarily. Lagos may have recruited 20,000. You may go to Abia and you have 5,000. I'm using these numbers. I'm not saying that's the number of workers there.
Yeah.
I'm using this as an instance. And the implication is that Abia knows that if we are to pay 300,000 minimum wage, we will be able to pay. That's why I cannot hire as many as 20,000 like Lagos. Lagos knows that because of the revenue they have, the high revenue, they can recruit 20,000. And that's why they have gone beyond what Abia, ENUGU or Imo have as the workforce. I'm saying that it has been taken care of ab initio. Nobody will recruit more than the person can pay, whether it's private or public sector.
So at what point would the NLC really go to the presidency regarding the next phase of this adjustments in this minimum wage? Because as it stands, some states are not even implementing it. And so you wonder if you're going to go on another negotiation, would any states, would state governors, accept to pay the one? But because I heard that you guys are looking at, meeting the presidency for another increment.
Yes, the Labour is currently meeting Mr. President for another increment based on the agreement you had in 2023-2024. the agreement is that in the past, minimum wage review is 5 years, but the agreement now is going to be done in 3 years because of the rates at which inflation erodes whatever you give as minimum wage. Ordinarily, minimum wage is supposed to be a thing of the system. The government will look at what's happening now. They will just adjust natural without waiting for 2 or 3 years or 5 years to come. But we agreed in the last minimum wage negotiation that every 3 years, as against the 5 years, because it was obvious that waiting for 5 years, of course, you have seen what has happened. They said they approved 70,000 within the same months that approval came. Even before implementation, inflation had eroded the increments. So if you have to wait for the next 5 years, what would be the fate of a worker? So they now agreed on 3 years. And if you look at the time of the minimum wage when the negotiation started, when it's supposed to be, see, you find out that it's almost ripe for another negotiation. Because, of course, you know, negotiation is not something you start today and end tomorrow. You think of the last one, it took almost 1 year. So Labour want to be careful. Instead of waiting until the eve of the approval, you start negotiation. You have to start early, so that by the time you are going left, right, and center as it used to be, you come to the day that is supposed to be the date for the approval. So it is expected that towards the end of this year, so next year, negotiation should kick off.
Comrade Weibo, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate. It does look like the Labour Congress in ENUGU states are very good friends to the governor, Peter Mba, but we appreciate you for your time and thought. Maybe when you have time, we would have to have you in the studio, maybe sometime next week or so.
Thank you so much. It's not just Labour Congress. Everybody in ENUGU state is in good relationship with Peter Mba. You can see what's happening there in the states. So it's not the issue of Labour Congress. The members of the Labour Congress are ENUGU people. And ENUGU people are happy with the governor because of what he's doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Comrade Weibo. We appreciate your time. All right, we're back after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. It's 9:33. We have on the offsite studio in Birnin, Kebbi, Abdurrahman Mohammed Manga. He's the Director General, the Kaura organization. He'll be speaking to us on the topic, the Nigerian youth in democratic governance of the nation. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Abdurrahman, you know, we can all sit here and talk about the importance of youth and youth engagement, you know, in nation building. But then you speak about the Nigerian system and the Nigerian style of governance that largely rewards the older generation over the youthful generation. Then you think through it from the time immemorial, say from the past. We've seen military rulers, you know, the likes of Agui Ironsi, the likes of Murtala Mohammed. Those people were in their 30s when they commanded an army that led a nation. But you don't see that happen today. Why is that?
Well, good morning, viewers. That's a very, very interesting question, and I think is a challenge that we will throw to the youth, and also it's a very challenging issue, particularly now that we see the older ones refusing to go. I think one of these things is I'm going to blame the older generation who refuse to allow the younger ones to come up, because we have serious generational stagnation.
Stagnation in the sense they have had their time and they still want to retain leadership at all costs. So these things are changing in some parts of the world. You can see in America who are governors, very few people, members of the parliament, most of them are young. And gradually we are getting to have those kind of changes taking place in Nigeria. But truly, if you look at what happened, even during the First Republic, I think we had Sardauna was not more than 30 or so. Tafawa Balewa was 32 or so, I'm not sure. We have Damasan Kano, who was the High Commissioner, who was equivalent to a minister at 25. So I think it's time now the younger people begin to take their rightful places in assuming responsibilities. And we should know that leadership is not given, leadership is taken. So the younger ones should live up to the expectations of assuming the responsibilities, and that is when we can be able to have young people going into important positions. And I must sincerely say, now we are beginning to see some changes, and I believe that those changes within maybe in 2027, God's willing, you will see that a lot of changes taking place, because we have a lot of governors that have decided to engage youths, and that is a revolution. And that, I believe, the younger ones will come back to their rightful places in assuming public places at very tender age. I'm coming from Kebbi. I have about my governor, Dr. Nasser Idris Kaurangwandu, who happens to be a young, youth-friendly governor, who has more than almost 70% or 80% of the commissioners are younger people, so they are probably mentored to assume responsibilities. We have chairmen who are equally young, and they are doing very good. And we have about 6,000 to 7,000 advisors and aides, SAs, that are really in various places, and they are doing well. So that shows that leaders are beginning to give those kind of responsibilities to the younger ones and mentor them to assume responsibilities of leadership.
Over the years for you, do you think the Nigerian government have done things that would largely elevate the youth? Given where we are as a nation and the importance of the youthful development for every sphere of our lives, do you think the government of this nation has really done well? How would you score the government? And what can the government start doing to inculcate the youth in different spheres of our development?
Well, most sincerely, previous governments didn't do as much as what the present government is doing. Because if you look at what the present president is doing, most of the very sensitive offices have been given to youths, ministers have been given to youths, and that shows that it's a process that they should be properly mentored so that they can assume responsibilities. I believe that gradually, we are about 170 million Nigerian youths. And if we really come up, because it's a double-edged sword, the younger ones need to come up and assume responsibilities, take charge of what is meant to be theirs, not to be engaged, fail. Once you are given a small responsibility from school activities, once you do the right thing, that is when you are graduating to be a leader in public lives. So believe in me, and I believe you, that the government today is trying to do much in trying to create policies and involve youth in various sectors. So with time, Mr. President has done so much and has created a lot of avenues where young people can be able to come and exercise their talents and also deliver Nigeria in various aspects. And I believe that we still need more, and this should also be replicated in virtually all the states of the Federation. We have young governors, and these young governors are also not doing bad. I'll give you an example from my state, who is less than 60, with Dr. Nasser Idris Kaurangwandu. He's doing extremely well. In just 2 years in office, the unprecedented transformation that has taken place in Kebbi has shown that we have young people who have the people at heart. And we go to places like Niger, who is also doing so much in terms of revolution of the agricultural sector, and that is commendable. Go to Katsina, where we have a governor who is also young, and he's doing significantly okay. And this, I can name them on and on again, that the governors now that are young are beginning to revive the past glories of the, that the young people are not too are capable of leading Nigeria. I believe that God's willing, after Asiwaju's 8 years, that we are going to have the most youngest president, God's willing, and we hope that president is going to come from Kebbi, and that's my governor.
I mean, just like you were mentioning, youths across Nigeria, they are actually doing well, that are in different positions. I mean, we also have youths who have also, ascended to certain positions, and, so many youths are not really proud of. I mean, some persons will look at, the likes of former governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, giving his case with the EFCC and how he tried to maneuver his way out. But, I mean, how is the Nigerian youths going to not make an example of enthroning people who are not even those you can look up to? What do you see in someone and say, well, this person is fit for leadership, this person is not fit for leadership? We can't allow this to happen, because at the end of the day, it always has a way to backfire. Because when these things happen, there's this narrative that goes on board that the youth cannot even take care of themselves.
Well, unfortunately, I want to use the word unfortunately, we have such an example with Yahya Bello, who came in, and we will not say all of it. You cannot generalize because one person is bad and we think everybody is bad. Yahya Bello's case is an exceptional case that Nigerians are not proud of, and the Nigerian youths are not proud of. But nevertheless, we have gotten so many Nigerians as well that have made Nigeria proud in all over their endeavors. So I believe that, once the youths are properly keyed in and properly mentored, not people that will just be taken to positions as God's sons and the God's sons, or the so-called favored youths. We have a lot of young people with integrity, with very high moral values, that when given opportunity to serve, I'm sure they will serve Nigerians to the best of their capacity, their abilities. So I think Yahya Bello's case is an unfortunate case, and I believe that Nigerians should begin to look at proper people, younger people with credibility, with pedigree, that have actually served in various capacities before assuming into such offices.
Yeah, so as a Nigerian youth, I mean, it's now almost 2 years we're counting to the next presidential election or cycle of elections, and then you wonder whether really the Nigerian youth are ready. We're already seeing the clouds gathering, the political alignments in different states at the federal level. What should the Nigerian youth right now be thinking? What should they be? What should they be aspiring? Who should they be looking up to? Because again, like it or leave it, these are circles that would always come, but the youth are always at the receiving end, whether good or bad. What should the Nigerian youth right now be looking out for, going into an election that is very important?
Well, my personal opinion here is we should not derail from the concept of reality. Let us be very focused. Let us look at what is expected of us. Let us be in the right place at the right time. We have people who have failed us in the past, people who have not done well in the past. Now, they have been in previous governments, and for some political reasons, they want to manipulate the Nigerian youth and Nigerians to see themselves as some people that are better than the ones we have. So what we should do is let us continue to support this government, the APC government, and see how we can be able to exhaust their tenure so that the younger ones will automatically take over. Because if you allow yourself as young people to be manipulated, it's like you are now asking those people that are supposed to be expired in 2027 or in 2030 or 31 or so, that they should still have another chance of coming to rule you for another 8 years or thereabout. That is now, they are now coming to marginalize or coming to be on your own chances. So by the time this government is over, I believe the younger people must have been properly mentored to be in the helm of affairs that will take charge. So I think let us give this government a chance to exhaust itself, finish the 8 years they have, then younger people can assume all responsibilities, and that is when the younger people will know what are the things that are expected of them to add or subtract when it comes to governance. I believe that after this tenure of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I tell you with no contradiction that the younger people are going to be in charge of this country. And I believe that most of those people who are their ministers, who are his ministers that are young, who are his governors that are young, are going to be the ones that are going to be presidents, ministers, and governors. And that is an opportunity for the young people to take, instead of beginning to dilly-dally and find themselves in wrong camps and misled by people who feel that they have failed and they want to use the opportunity of 2027 to come back to power.
Why are you so optimistic about the president handing over to a youth by 2031? And why do you think the Nigerian youth should support this government? I mean, if you look at the indices, they are just, you know, not right. I mean, giving the indices under Buhari, a lot of persons would say, you know, speaking of the delivery of democracy and the dividends of democracy, Buhari is scoring better than, you know, Tinubu's first 2 years in office. So why should the youth support this government, giving the very bad indices in terms of economy, in terms of healthcare, in terms of security? I mean, it's not just good enough.
All this you're talking about indices of security, insecurity, health, and what have you, didn't start in this government. We all know we were in the previous government, and the last government had issues too. So he's inheriting issues that he needs to really do more to be able to correct. Most especially like the issue of fuel subsidy. So fuel subsidy was already removed in Buhari's regime, but he inherited it, and today we are suffering the consequence of what he has inherited. So I believe that looking at the ways and manners things are going, I believe gradually Nigeria will be better again. And God's willing, I want to assure you that things will no longer be the same after his tenure.
Another question is, why do you think the president would hand over to a young person? I mean, we had the Buhari who was, old enough. Now we have someone who is, just as old as Buhari himself. Why do you think Tinubu would hand over to a young person?
We will work towards ensuring that the president hands over to a young person. The policies in place are in favor of the young people, and I believe the young people are coming up with a lot of strength to take over this country, God's willing. So many people are in this government that are young, and I know they have all it takes to lead Nigeria. And when the time comes, you find out that the president has no option than to have a younger person that will be the president of Nigeria, God's willing, either from the younger ones that are yet to be in power, or the governors that are still young that are capable to be in power.
All right. I mean, you and I know that we as a nation have this, ethnic divides. The sentiments cut across. I mean, it's even spiraled overboard during an election period. How do you advise the Nigerian youth who may be vulnerable to some of these ethnic slurs, as we approach the 2027 cycle of elections?
These are all stage-managed things to make us think about religion, think about ethnicity. When you have those in the villa or those in power, they don't talk about their religion, nor do they talk about where they come from. So as far as I'm concerned, Nigerian youths should be focused. Nigerian youths should be determined to be in charge. Nigerian youth should shun violence of ethnicity and religion and take charge of Nigeria, because we don't have any other place like Nigeria. When you leave the shores of Nigeria, you are never seen as a Yoruba man or a Hausa man or an Igbo man. You are seen as a Nigerian. So not until when we all assume to take charge as Nigerians, we will find it difficult. And I'm happy with the way things are happening now, that Nigerian youths are beginning to realize and understand that Nigeria is not about religion, nor about ethnicity. It's about common goals and common, common needs of the Nigerian people. So with this, I believe, I'm sure and I'm optimistic that it will never be business as usual again. And we are preaching that, and we are advocating with all sense of responsibilities that Nigerian youths should begin to think as one family, as brothers and sisters, not to be divided across political, religious, or tribal lines for some people's selfish interests. And I believe that these things are becoming stories, becoming issues of the past, God's willing.
Right. The president's son has been, very, very prominent, Sheikh Tinubu, in this last 2 years in the president's office. A lot of people are saying that he should lead a youth, team. He's someone that the youth see as an opportunity to rally around him and probably just create something that would basically lead us to some sort of, greatness. Some persons are even touting him to become the next governor of Lagos State. Do you think that he has made a good example of himself as a youth in this administration, as a son of the president?
Let me tell you something. I don't know why people are so keen and are disturbed about Sheikh Tinubu's pedigree. He's apart from being the son of the president, he's educated, he has his own integrity, he has done so much in touching lives of people, and he has even extended his hands of fellowship to all over the country in time to touch the lives of the common man. So if other presidents, we have some other presidents that have, Joe Biden, his son has been supportive. The last president, I think, was it Clinton or so, his son has been supportive. So what happens if Sheikh Tinubu is supporting his father? There's nothing wrong in that. And that could be even a medium for the youths to have a soft landing in terms of keying into governance and giving responsibilities so that they can be able to deliver. And as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing bad in Sheikh Tinubu becoming the governor of Lagos State if he has what it takes. It's not about his father, it's about him. And as long as the people of Lagos are interested in Sheikh Tinubu, so be it. And as Sheikh Tinubu, I'll give him my vote if I should be a Lagosian. And that's nothing bad about that. Because now we have somebody who has decided not to be in a shell. The last government, we never saw his son, and his son can be able to do something. The last time the governor, the Sheikh Tinubu, during the Ramadan, he was all over trying to at least extend his gesture of the Ramadan, breaking fast with his Muslim brothers and giving palliatives. So that is something that is commendable, and I want to commend the president's son for at least coming out to touch the lives of the Nigerian youths. And that shows that he has all it takes to assume leadership responsibilities. So if this is what the president's son wants to be or wants to do, why not? I don't think there's anything wrong about that.
Right. So many persons, just like you said, yes, say, look, he's a man that is on his own. He's his president's son, that's it. But again, on the merit of who he is, he can actually aspire to become anything he wants to become. But again, a few persons have raised questions about, the recent happening with the NANS president, where it was alleged that he tried to bribe the NANS president to take the structures of the NANS, but it was refused. And the NANS president went ahead to say that he was stripped naked on the orders of the president's son. And some say that it's not a good sign to be a youth leader and not to talk about the governor of a state.
I'm happy that you use the word allegation. He's alleged. So not until he's proven guilty, it's an allegation. And we have just heard from the NANS leader. We've not heard from his own side of the story. So it would be wrong for us to take conclusion or to take side as to what the NANS leadership is saying. I believe that if somebody comes out to say, I have done something, okay, it's for me to now give my own side of the story so that at least you can balance the story. So now we have just one-sided story. It's left for us to wait for us to hear the other side of the story before we conclude. But for as long as I believe he has all it takes to be in leadership position, and that's my stand as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, given what we have faced, you know, as a nation, given what we have received, do you think that our leaders are deliberate in entrenching poverty? Because again, people say that sometimes political leaders in Africa use poverty as a weapon to subjugate the Nigerian youth. So when they make you poor, and then during the election, they tend to pour a lot of monies on the street in order for them to buy you into accepting them in power. Do you agree that these are what African leaders do, in Nigeria inclusive, and how should the youth overcome that type of temptation?
Well, first and foremost, I must sincerely tell you with all sense of responsibility that Nigerian youths are privileged to have a lot of policies in their favor. And the government is so concerned about their well-being, and it's just for us to take advantage of those policies and use them in the right direction. I'll give you an instance with the Kebbi State government, who has done so much in trying to improve education. So in terms of scholarship, he gives scholarship as at when due, including those in the diaspora. He has brought agriculture to the doorstep by bringing power tillers in thousands, fertilizers in thousands of tons, borehole water, solar powered boreholes in thousands to boost agriculture and what have you. He has done so much ensuring security in our land so that we can be able to go to farm. He has brought in a lot of activities, including his wives, in doing so many, skill acquisition programs to be able to improve the lives of the women and the youths in our states. And so also, so many governors are doing that. So if policies like this can be brought by a governor or by a government, then it's for the now youths to take advantage of such policies to improve on their lives. So people should not look at that. For example, government cannot be there to do everything, but government can only make enabling environment for you to be able to do what is expected of you to do. So I believe we should take advantage of those opportunities and do the right thing at the right time so that at least we can improve our lives. Coming into the federal government issue, we're just about to go into the youth confab, and this is an open door policy that Mr. President has given for young people to come and sit down and articulate their positions, articulate what they feel they need to do or what they feel the future of Nigeria should look like, so that that can be used as a template to be able to operate or to help the Nigerian youths. And he has done so many issues in terms of, alleviations, so that the younger people can key in and take advantage of such policies so that they can be able to improve. It's not easy for you to, we all know that this problem we have, some of the problems we have, they are global problems. Global problems in the sense we are not expecting Nigeria to be indifferent. But they need to improve, they need to do more, and we want them to do more so that Nigerians can at least be, to some extent, supported in seeing how life can be better. So I am telling you this, that not until the younger people assume responsibility, take charge of their destiny, we will not get there. And for example, I kept on telling my younger colleagues that leadership is not given, leadership is taken. So if we want to be leaders of tomorrow, we should assume responsibilities and take charge of our destiny so that we have no reason not to be the leaders. We have seen that happening in some part of the country, part of the world, and we have seen in Africa, things are changing in some countries where younger people are taking charge of their destiny. So if we feel that the country is not doing enough, then what are we doing to ensure that we assume responsibilities to do the right thing? It's no more about when during the electioneering period, 95% of the returning officers, the polling clerks, the agents, the what have you, are all young people, including those working with the INEC. So if you now do the right thing, definitely you tend to be in the right position. So Nigerian youths, if they feel whatever, they should wake up and assume responsibilities, then they will now be given their responsibilities.
Absolutely. Abdurrahman Mohammed Manga, absolutely wonderful discussion with you, Director General of the Kara organization. Many thanks for your time and your analysis. I mean, it's just one interesting topic that we are all passionate about, leadership in Nigeria as it concerns the Nigerian youth. Many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, I want to appreciate everyone for being part of our morning. We are continuing the conversation into our Abuja studios. My colleagues is waiting on the other side. I'm Charles Pius. Have a good morning.
of one of the three but before we get Nigeria are to achieve two fundamental responsibilities. The first is that government will ensure the security of lives and property of the citizenry. Critical responsibility. In fact, they say it is the raison d'etre of governance and government, the reason for the existence of government and governance. The second is the welfare of the citizens. In other words, whatever government does, one of its primary assignments is to ensure the welfare of the citizens. Security of lives and property and welfare of the citizens. Now, this morning, I'm going to begin my conversation with Andrew Memedu, the country director of Action Aid Nigeria. Andrew Memedu will be joining us from Vancouver in Canada. Now, if Andrew is ready, can you kindly join us? I just want to see him on the screen. Is Andrew with us now? I told you last night that the network here can be quite uncooperative. I just want to hope this morning that you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Now, I just put a background on what is the responsibility, two critical responsibilities of government, and that these are, one, to safeguard lives and property, and the second is to be sure of provide for the welfare of the citizens. Let me ask you, in providing for that second responsibility of welfare of the citizens, is government expected to address the factor of poverty?
Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Andrew, I do not know. Thank God I projected that some of our network can be sometimes cooperative. I had raised a question before we had some of these technical hitches here. And the question I raised was that in the responsibility of government for the welfare of the citizens, is addressing the matter of poverty part of that responsibility? Andrew, if you can hear me, please continue. Whether it has succeeded or it has failed, there are a number of criteria that are placed on the table. When I governed, Nigeria was called the poverty capital of the world. Very uncomplimentary. But some of us say, some people say, address, categorize, assess that government as having failed. Andrew, let us look at why this poverty matter has to be taken a little more seriously. I'm told, I'm not an expert, that poverty has a role to play in political stability, that poverty has a role to play in even security. Looking at poverty on the whole, how does it detract, how does it subtract from overall national development and social stability?
Because there is failure of the system. The root cause of the issue is poverty. If you don't deal with poverty, citizens people will find that whoever thought that years ago that you could have unrest in the north, the northern part of this country, whoever thought that years ago, Niger Delta will be talking about kidnapping, whoever thought about years ago that you will have individuals committing suicide and eternity.
look at the institutional responsibilities. The political parties recruit candidates that make up the government when they win election. In other words, you cannot form a government without political parties. And so the attitude of those in government to poverty reflects the attitude of the political parties that produce them on such matters. Now, if our government is not showing the appropriate attitude to poverty, can we not also blame the political parties for not creating the kind of value that produces such people who, when they arrive at power, have the wrong attitude to government? Because I'm looking at the process of arriving at government and developing the right attitude to such issues as poverty. From the values which the political parties are putting together. Not just the manifesto, the belief, looking at what ought to be done. It should be bought over, taken over by the political parties, given to their candidates, who then deliver when they come into government. Do you think that our political parties are not culpable when it comes to creating the appropriate attitude in governance and government to poverty in Nigeria? Moses.
Is different.
So do we now have power in the country? Do we still have people? He said also talked about estimated billing. So do we still have that in the country? So yes, we have that. So if we come to that point during election now, will the president be strong enough to say, "Oh, I said if I don't give you power." But of course, what will happen? He will tell you that, "Oh, I've increased power from 6,000 megawatts to 8,000 megawatts." But that was not his commitment. His commitment was, I would make sure that you all get power supply in your homes. I will make sure that estimated billing is no longer existing. So do we still have estimated, people still doing estimated billing? Of course, millions of homes are still run on estimated billing. So the president, by that time, maybe he would have performed it and get to so equal doing the right thing have failed in terms of holding their members accountable, and for us to also hold the political parties accountable. Rather, we are focused on individual candidates who is people know candidates rather than political parties. I'm sure if you ask an average Nigerian to name all the political parties, they will probably not know them. But if you ask a presidential candidate, top of political parties, they probably know a few of them. For presidential candidates, yes, they know that this person is there, this name is there, that name is there. Of course, that's not supposed to be the ideal thing in the society.
That it is not a crime. Having poor people all over the place really means nothing. Why we say it is not good, he is there according to him, chopping. Well, my producer says we're having challenges reconnecting with our friend in Vancouver in Canada, and it appears, can you hear me now? I can hear you now. Okay, thank you very much. Now, the point I was making is the Senate president was very busy saying that it is not a crime. Poverty is not a crime. And then he also had earlier said that while the ordinary Nigerians...
The thing about exchange rate determination has very much to do with how much you produce in your country, how much you export, how much need of foreign exchange you have, which is about how much you import. So one, how much do we produce? Our production level in Nigeria is very low. Two, how much do you export, which is the foreign exchange earning? We export very little, and we have a monolithic economy. We export only the oil. And when we say our dependence is on oil, you ask yourself, how much then do we earn from the oil in 1 year? How much does a country like Ireland earn from agricultural produce export? How much does do other countries far less endowed in terms of good weather, climatic conditions, fertile lands, expansive land resource in Nigeria. How much do they export? They export far more than we earn from oil. Then two, how much do we require the foreign exchange? Because it begins to play between the forces of demand and supply. How much do we need foreign exchange? The dollar, the pound sterling, the Chinese yuan, and so on. We need a lot of it. Nigeria is a consuming economy. Our appetite for consumption is so high. We don't even want to be satisfied with the things we produce in Nigeria. So our appetite is very high. So our demand for foreign exchange is very, very high. So when you demand a lot of foreign exchange and you don't supply, you don't have enough earnings of foreign exchange, which constitutes your supply, naturally the price will go up. What happened in Nigeria is that everything turned to the negative when our production of agricultural produce went drastically low. Because you can say our output of oil is fixed in the short to medium term by OPEC quota. It is only in agriculture that you can tweak how much you produce. You can increase it because you can increase drastically because we have the natural endowments to do so. But we have not done this. So when we started having the crisis between the herders and the farmers, production of agricultural produce went down drastically. It was low, but it went further down. Deserted the farms. At a point, we had come to the point where we were almost reaching a point of self-sufficiency in rice consumption, rice production. That is, we are curtailing the import. We are cutting off up to 500 something million US dollars used to import rice into Nigeria. We are almost cutting that off. But now we reversed again because people were becoming hungry. Prices of food items went skyrocketed. And then hunger was facing everybody. And the government had to start again allowing
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, We tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
we talk of subsidy. Why subsidy? A lot of Nigerians should know that subsidy came in place in the first place, in the petroleum sector, to cushion the fact that the federal government has failed to refine oil locally. That's why subsidy came. In the 80s, there was nothing like fuel subsidy, because the refineries were working, Port Harcourt, Warri, so that we get crude oil from the Niger Delta there. We move it to these refineries. They now pump up north also to a refinery in Kaduna that services the whole of the north. And outside these refineries, we now have depots, fuel depot, tank farms and fuel depots, like we have one in Mosimi, we have in Ore, we have in different places, we have in the north, we have in different places. These refineries also pump to these depots. Then the trucks now go to the nearest depots, lift for petroleum products, then go to the filling stations and discharge. So you find out that trucks don't need to travel far. All the ones from the north just go to Kaduna